This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Jumbo Jumbo and hello everybody. A very warm welcome to our morning safari. We are in the MAASAI Mara of Kenya looking at a baby elephant. My name is David. Welcome aboard to your very own safari live from the African bush. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the MAASAI Mara Game Reserve, and my name is David, and on camera with me this morning is Bungay. We are both happy but sad because we got one elephant here which is limping. I want to show it to you before she disappears in the bushes there. And we saw her yesterday limping, and we do not know exactly what happened, but she has a broken front right leg. But we have a lot of good news for you. Are you happy there, Bungay? Let's see if we can catch her before she disappears. She's right there and just about to disappear in the bushes, and she got a broken front right leg. But I was saying, the good news we got the vet doctors who saw her yesterday, and they are also coming to see her again this morning. We may not know exactly what happened, but we are just hopeful things will be very fine very soon. Now, remember, we are coming to you live from many different locations of Africa. And should you have any questions or comments, please send them through, and you can tweet to us using hashtag CGTN World or hashtag World Earth. I just want to wait here for a few more minutes and see if she may come out of the bush again.
Warm welcome to all our viewers. We're currently here at NGALA and looking at a elephant, cow and her calf as they are slowly feeding in this beautiful area. Also, there's quite a lot of bird calls at the moment that we're listening to, and the one that's very prominent is the sound of the southern ground hornbill. Sounds like the distant beat of African drums as we are looking at these elephants. Looks like it might even be quite a large herd in the area. So I'm Nikki, going to be your ranger for this morning, and with me on the camera is Gert. So just trying to put exactly where the whole herd would be, but there's female here with her, and then there's a few slightly off to the left. I can imagine early on before it warms up. Today feels like it's going to be quite a warm day. These elephants will probably feed for quite a majority of the morning before they eventually head out into the water. And look at what this mother is doing. You'll see how she grabbed quite a large patch of grass, tore it off, and then hit that against the side of her chest, and then moved that into her mouth. And look at how the youngster is watching her as she's doing this. Because that youngster, just based on the size and the size of the tusk, will probably be just over a year and a half. And all of it is, and what this youngster will do is, as the mom is moving and feeding and going from one area to another, it will just learn as much as it possibly can of how to feed, what mom is eating, why is she eating it, and get everything that the youngster needs in order to sustain itself. But an incredible way to start off with elephants in the morning. I agree with all our viewers. Just see how that mom is feeding. Like, all you can see is, like, she's so well camouflaged, because look at that grey body, look at the if you look at all the branches on the right and the trees, you'll notice that the bark's also that grey in colour. So she blends in so well. So other than the movement, if you don't see those ears moving on the tail, it's really hard to spot an elephant. I've a couple of times driven in an area and where elephants are sleeping. So sometimes if they do sleep, they'll stand up like that. And they won't move their tail or their ears. And because of that, you'll drive past, and you can easily drive past an elephant in the bush if you don't see those movements.
Good morning and welcome to. We are looking at a gorgeous. It is a beautiful sunny, and the air is quite crystal. In fact, you can see a little bit of dew around us. My name is Kim, and behind the camera we have Craig. And welcome. This is quite a great example of how animals, especially during the evening, will try and stay in a whole group for added safety and protection. You can see we had a giraffe walking off camera. We now have a herd of impala in front of us, and we have some zebra as well. And it is just added protection because there's more eyes and ears looking out for predators, as well as, favoring the odds against each animal. You can imagine if a lion does come, you'd rather be in a group of 500 animals than just by yourself. Quite greatly increases your chance of survival. It's quite a picturesque scene that I'm looking at, actually. The sun is just hitting these animals beautifully. We've got that amazing, gorgeous glow. We've got a... Yeah, no, I was just agreeing with you about the lighting. It's unbelievable. I mean, there's 2 times on safari where your lighting is just magical, and that's why you generally have your game drives early in the morning and late afternoon. Obviously the animals are also much more active there. It's your best chance of seeing a whole lot more activity. But the best part of it to me is just this magical lighting that comes up in the morning, and the sounds of the bush waking up around you. I mean, we can hear so many different birds at the moment. I can hear a Birchall's cuckoo calling. I can hear a crested barbet in the distance. I can hear a gorgeous bushwhack. It's just an absolutely magical scene. You can see that all these animals are just slowly feeding, and they are going to carry on doing that for a while. And what we're going to do this morning, we're going to have a look for some lion in the area. We're going to see if we can find some tracks and see if we can find them this morning.
Jumbo everyone, it's another beautiful morning here in the MAASAI Mara, and we are already set out here in the river. My name is Isaac, and on camera I have the amazing Big James, and already we're set out here to show you what is happening along the river. And looks like, who is present? Only the hippos. The hippos are here, and looks like all of them are there. Usually I count about 8 to 9 in that section of the river. And remember, these guys have been out all night grazing, and now they've come back to earn the much needed rest after a whole night out there. Maybe some were being chased by lions, others by hyenas, and when they're back in the water, it is the safest place for them. The current is not strong for them, and also where they are could be shallow, so they're lying flat on the ground, so they have nothing to worry about being washed downstream. That is the fantastic view, or the beautiful view of the Mara River that I've been sharing with you over the last few days. This is the famous crossing point where the wildebeest cross, either from south or to north, or from north to south. Recently we've been experiencing them crossing from the north to south, but soon, but not very soon, maybe in another 5-6 days, we'll be experiencing them yes, we'll be experiencing more of them coming from the south to north. The reason is there is a very big herd of them that has just crossed from the Serengeti to, the southern side of the border. While, we're talking about the migration, let's experience and learn more about this beautiful phenomenon.
Every year, the red-oat grass plains of the MAASAI Mara sway with anticipation. About 2 million grazers are about to arrive to feast on nature's bounty. They come in search of food and water, all the way from the southern plains of the Serengeti in Tanzania. Hundreds and thousands of wildebeest, zebra and gazelles follow the cracking African thunderstorms. The greening pastures and the rolling rivers. Zebras are the vanguard, eating the longer grass and exposing the shorter shoots for the wildebeest behind. But all must face the ultimate migration challenge, the Mara River. Beneath the surface lurks nature's favorite villain. With reptilian patience, they've waited 9 months for the migration feast. The herds sense the danger, but the call for food is too great. All must take the plunge, but not all will make it. For those that do, hungry predators line the banks on the other side. Survivors will feast on the tall grasses, crossing again and again, following the storms for nourishment.
The migration is always such a spectacle and a sight to behold, especially when you see all the wildebeest and zebras crossing the Mara River. Now, I got an eagle here that we rarely see on the ground, and I'm sure you all know who it is. I don't want to pose a question because we show you these eagles many times, but what I'm trying to investigate is why she could be where she is on the ground. I know, I hear, and I get it from the final control, the director, Joe, saying this is a battalion eagle, and apparently there are two. Now, all right. What I do not know is what they could be finding out there. That to me seems like to be the male. What he could be doing there. I can't see any carrion. I can't see any food there. And apart from that one, there's another one to the right. But let's find out if, the poop break there and all the starlings, the bluebirds, they are the starlings, trying to intimidate them. But of course, they may not have a commonality and they cannot match the battalion eagle. And there are two of them there. There's another one to the right. Very good camera work, Bungay. Now, this is the question. What could they be looking for there? So it looks to me like an immature female. We're looking at a little whitewash. And they've been known sometimes to scavenge, just like the vultures. Who knows? Termites maybe? See how they turn their head, almost like 360. And all the calls you're hearing in the background are from lapwings, because they do fear these birds of prey. Hear that? Sometimes the butlers will go for their eggs, or if they have chicks because they nest in the ground, the lapwings know that these birds of prey or these raptors would easily eat their chicks or their eggs. So they just become vocal and try to intimidate them to get them out of here. Spend a few more minutes here and find out if there's anything they could be looking for. If not, I will move on looking for some cats.
Listen. We had some calling there. We've got a very full ribbon. We have a very full intima. I think we have a full heart, and I haven't figured out who the newest individual on the scene is. We have a very active hyena down here. And it seems like Shimbulu is taking over the remains here. Ribbon's little cubs are so greedy. Yep, it looks like we've got June. June is covered in mud. She's obviously been sitting. Her entire belly is caked in mud. Do we have mammary glands there? I am wondering.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning today. Beautiful day here at Juma. Beginning of the day, and we'll be just busy checking around of an audio of a leopard that we've been seeing around here, or heard from 4 o'clock, and nobody had any luck yet. So we'll check a couple of roads and other guys as well. They'll be looking around. Oh, there's a bird of prey. Beautiful. Look at that. Looks like, to me, I'm going to have a look closer. Could be a tawny eagle. How beautiful is that? Tawny eagle. Beautiful. So, early morning, early hunt for this bird. And hunt for bigger bird, or scavenge as well, follow around where there's a kill. This eagle and butler, when they're around, you gotta be 100% sure that could be something that died in the area. But for only one, we don't know. Could be because of the process of hunting that take place in this area. So we'll carry on and move on, check for these tracks with the leopard.
So when you last left us, we were saying we were going to go and have a look and see if we could find some tracks of lion. As you can see, we've been successful. In fact, just after we carried on with our search, another ranger radioed in and said they found these lion just up ahead on the road that we were already driving on. And you can see we've got quite a beautiful, playful sight right in front of us. There's 2 cubs right there. And because of the early hour of the morning, they still have quite a bit of energy. You can see that they're actually playing beautifully with one another. In fact, just earlier they were even playing with the 2 lionesses that are just off camera. They're busy chewing on a branch. I don't know if you can see that clearly. In fact, the one just exposed its teeth. You can see those teeth coming through. They've already got quite prominent teeth. Young cubs like this will actually be born first with milk teeth, and then they will lose them and get their one and only set, just like humans, which they'll keep for life. and if they happen to lose a tooth, it does not grow back. See now they've just, the one's been distracted by a bird call in the distance. I'm really happy to see lion cubs as well, I have to admit. We've been looking for these little ones for quite a few days, and this is the second time I've actually seen these cubs since returning to the reserve. They're still very, very young. You can see quite clearly that they've still got quite a few spots, and they are still quite small. Now, cubs on PHINDA do tend to grow a bit bigger and a bit faster than you get in the low veld area, and it's just because there's quite an abundance of prey here. So they do tend to feed a bit more often, so they grow a bit more quicker. But, you know, even at this size, they're probably about close to 4.5, 5 months now. Always find that their ears are just so adorable, completely disproportionate to the body. See, now they're looking off at Mom. They keep trying to get the two lionesses to play with them. These cubs are from a pride which we call Biala Pride. It is in the south of the reserve. They've got, in fact, everything. The last two or three drives we've been driving in this area, and there is a pride that has this whole area as their territory. The pride consists of 3 lionesses and these 2 cubs, and then they've got another 3 cubs that are quite a bit older. So the mother with the other 3 cubs, she's not with them at the moment. That often happens when the cubs are a bit of a different age. These ones are still very young, and older cubs that are quite a bit more bigger can actually dominate and sometimes even end up killing the younger cubs. So often, to protect the cubs, if there's quite a significant difference in age, the mother of the younger cubs will keep her cubs away from the pride until they are strong enough to defend themselves. On the flip side, if the cubs are of similar age, it actually is a huge advantage to lions to keep their cubs together, and they actually do try very, very hard to have cubs at the same time. And that's because lions are a very rare animal that do happen to suckle each other's cubs. They take turns looking after them, and one may stay behind and suckle the cubs as they're very young, and the other may go off and actually hunt. So it's often to their advantage to have cubs around the same age. You can see that they're starting to move a little bit. You know, that one lioness just got up and walked. So we are going to carry on watching this pride and just see what they get up to.
It's like those lions, often an animal that will follow a hyena. You can see the spotted hyena is making its way down to somewhere. Now, you won't be able to see it, but as we move out, you'll see there's some water between us and this hyena. So it's probably going to head all the way down to have a drink. Now, judging by the size of the belly, you don't know maybe if that hyena, just look at the silhouette in the water as that. You don't know if that hyena possibly had a meal late last night or maybe even early this morning. And of course, never know if there's lions in the area, so it just needs to make sure that everything is safe, and then from there head down towards the water to drink. I do enjoy watching hyena, especially just their build. Look at how those hindquarters are shorter in comparison to the front ones. Look at those round cup-like ears, looks like that of an African wild dog, and then that golden ridge on top of their back. And of course, the very distinctive spot pattern, hence the name the spotted hyena. Just look at that silhouette in the water. Listen to the noises in the back. Now it is hard because some of the birds that are calling are far away from us. We won't be able to possibly pick it up, but I want you to enjoy that quietness at this waterhole with that hyena going to drink. Looks like this.
Okay, everyone, it's a busy day, and I've established that we've got Hart, Corky, and Tima, and June. All the cubs are out except Corky's. And what's lovely is Shambulu was actually sharing his little delight with Hart's cubs. There's absolutely no aggression there whatsoever. And that's very sweet. Ribbons boys are the dominant of all the cubs. They really could be aggressive, especially towards the other cubs. And I want to achieve two things today at the den, because as you know, the den's not always active. So Theo, I'm just going to go forward. I want to see if June has got prominent mammary glands. I really think she has, and I think this is the hyena that we possibly saw yesterday, but we didn't get an ID. Oh, she's playing with Hart's cubs. That is sweet. And I also want to try and get a sex of Hart's cubs. Actually, if we can just zoom into the genitals here. This is Hart's little one. Oh, no, no. We had a look at one of Hart's cubs, and it looked like a boy. It was pinched at the tip, but we need a really, really good look. Because, of course, as you know, the genitals are similar between male and female, which is rather bizarre. But I want to try and get a sex for Hart's too. And here's June. If we can just take a look underneath June. I am sure that is a mammary gland. But she is caked in mud. She is so full that I feel like I could take a needle and pop her. So this is on my to-do list for today. You're all welcome to chime in, participate, tell me what you think. Is June lactating? What's the sex of Hart's cubs? You're welcome to help me out here. You all have the ability to take screenshots and zoom in. I unfortunately cannot do that. So let's work on this together. But I'm convinced that one of Hart's cubs is a boy. We just need to try and find out what the other one is. Oh, many of you are saying it does look like a mammary gland. I actually had a discussion yesterday about this, and I saw 3 hyenas yesterday. It was a busy sighting, and we managed to identify Swazian and Tima, but not the other one, who definitely looked like a female. You can tell by the size. I think it was June. Because her right ear is perfect. It's her left ear that's a giveaway, and that's what we didn't get a good look at. We didn't get a good look at the left ear. Yep, I am sure I see mammary glands, which means, everyone, we've got more cubs on the way.
Wonderful, Lauren, if you have been able to tell the sex of those cubs. Hyena cubs, when they're very young, is always sometimes very difficult to tell males from females. And we moved on, and we got some giraffes here after we left our bacheliers, which are some of the most beautiful eagles that we got here in Africa. And now we got the MAASAI giraffe, and they're feeding on a bush that we call the Kepa's bush. You see how they turn around. The twigs and the leaves is a bit thorny, but giraffes got tongues that are like rubber, and the thorns do not hurt them. Baying browsers, when you see them out in an open area like this, they'll be feeding on any vegetation, like this particular one. Michael, you're asking whether all giraffes have the same type of pattern. Now, each individual giraffe is different from the other. Michael, I'm going to show you some zebras in a few minutes. But now let's first look at the giraffe. This particular species of giraffe, Michael, is called the MAASAI giraffe. But also individually, their patterns are different. Just like the prints on our thumbs, it all varies from one giraffe to another. We got other types or other subspecies of giraffes here in Kenya. We got another one that we call the reticulated giraffe. And we got another one that's called the Rothschild. But all of them got different body patterns. None of them is similar to the other. Now, the two that you see there, Michael, on a closer look, you notice that the patterns are very different. And of course, from a distance, it could be difficult to tell. Zebras, as I just promised you, got a few of them there, not feeding far away from the giraffes. But notice the zebras are grazing because they always eat grass, and rarely will zebras eat any vegetations like the giraffes. Zebras are grazers. And again, just like the giraffes, each individual zebra got a different body pattern from the other. How peaceful to see, herbivores eating close to each other. And from their body language, you can tell there couldn't be any danger of some sort here. So I wouldn't think there could be a cat here. And I'll be moving on to chance on some cats.
Well, guys, lucky for those zebras, there's no cats around, or they don't think so, or don't know of any at the moment. But hopefully there will be something coming into the area quickly. We, however, are back here by the far burrow with the rockstar meerkats. Just there in front of, where my shadow is going to be right now. That burrow in front of us is where the meerkats went down last night, and so there's been one just popping his head out every now and again, coming in and out, making sure that it is safe for them to start waking up. The sun has now popped over the mountain, so I do expect them to be up quite early this morning. Like I said, it's going to be a nice and warm day. There's not too much wind, and so yeah, it's going to be an interesting change of wake-up times for the rock stars. They'll be coming back to this particular burrow now for the next almost 2 weeks. As we know, the beta female gave birth. Yeah, no, guys, the lighting is stunning. I mean, like I said on previous occasions, the mornings are absolutely my favorite time of the day. It is just, it's still nice and cool. You hear the bush waking up, all the birds calling. The light is perfect. And then you get to spend every other morning with the meerkats also, which is an added bonus. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the change in wake-up times. Like, we've been sitting here at the burrow for quite some time, waking up at 8:30, 9 o'clock, and now they're already out at 7, so very, very cool.
Amazing sighting the meerkats. Unbelievable that we can still see such amazing activity of them running in and out their burrows. Our little cubs of our own are still being very playful, running around. One keeps going into that patch of grass. They're very curious at this age. They look for little insects, possibly little grasshoppers, and they try and catch them. In fact, all this playful behavior that you're seeing is very important for their development. You can see the kind of playful behavior that they exhibit. That one on the left is crouched down in a crouching pose. So they practice stalking and surprising prey. They also practice pouncing. In fact, when they grab each other, you can often see them going straight for the throat, which is where lions will try and take down prey. So all of this is, in fact, very important for their development. It's also one of the reasons why it's so important for there to be a number of cubs in each litter. They generally range from 1 to even as many as 6, but 6 is quite rare. The most we see around PHINDA is generally 2 or 3 per lioness. That one cub's just trying to stalk the mother. We do also have another lion that's arrived on the scene. He's currently behind a vehicle on the top of this dam wall that we are positioned on, and he's busy watching the pride. Now you can see all of them are looking off to the left. He's off to their right, up on the top of the hill. We don't have a view of him at the moment, but they are completely unaware of his presence. He is just staring at them right now. It's not a threat to the cubs because it is most likely one of their fathers. You know, there's a coalition of two males that dominate the south of PHINDA Private Game Reserve, and they both have mated with these lionesses. That is quite common within a pride of lion. There will be one more dominant male, and he will mate more frequently with a lioness. But lionesses are incredibly clever because they want both the males to believe that they are father of these cubs in order to ensure that they will protect the cubs as their own and not try and kill them. So they will try and lure the least dominant male away and try and mate with him as well. That way both males believe they are the father of these cubs. In fact, it is possible for actually two different cubs to have two different fathers from the same litter. And just enjoying the shade right now. So what we are going to do, we're going to sit with these lions. I'm sure just now that male is possibly going to go and greet his pride, and we're going to hopefully see that interaction.
Just had some incredible whooping. That's the most incredible whooping I have heard in so long. From June. Wow. Okay, a few updates. I've realized what they've got. It's a giraffe calf. And the Talamatis killed a giraffe calf last night, so I don't think this is a coincidence. One of Heart's cubs is so much braver than the other. One will not leave that sort of entrance. So I'm thinking that's the more submissive one. And the other one is just, woo, all over the place. So brave. Cuddling everyone. Nestling into everyone, chasing after everyone. But the other one is just really, really scared and won't leave that sort of entrance. Where are y'all going with the legs? Heart has been walking up and down with these legs for about 10 minutes. Kimberly, you're asking, do they steal more food instead of hunting? Here in the Kruger, yes, absolutely. There's said to be a ratio of about 80 to 20. 80% scavenging, stealing, and 20% hunting. Now, we watched Falco hunt the other night on the dam cam, so they do hunt. They're powerful. They've got the most powerful jaws out here. The bite force is said to be one of the most powerful of all mammals. So they don't have that sort of powerful jaw for no reason. A, is to crush through bones, but B, it's also to hunt. Whereas in the likes of the MAASAI Mara, because the landscape is completely different, it's vast, it's very flat, lions and leopards are hard to come by. They're also present in great numbers. Well, maybe not lions, but leopards. They're very elusive up in the MAASAI Mara. The percentage is said to be 50% scavenging, 50% hunting. But these are quite old statistics. I do think we need an update on that. But here in the Kruger, they tend to scavenge more. Why? Because it's easy. It's really easy. The leopard density here is very high. Oh, we've not got very good views at the minute. I'm going to roll forward for you, Theo. So we've not got... Yes, the leopard density is very, very high. And they're also sort of... They hunt a lot. And therefore, the opportunities for hyenas are easy. Really, really easy. You just wait under a tree. That hoisty, delicious impala may fall into your jaws. Or you can just walk right up to a leopard and take it off the leopard. So they do tend to scavenge here a lot more often. And if this is a giraffe calf that I think it is from the Talamatis, then there you go. They also scavenge from lions. It got called in on the radio that the Talamatis killed a giraffe calf last night, and I just identified this leg as a small giraffe. Coincidence? I think not. Oh, again, our views are not good. So I'm going to try and sit tight at this den for as long as I can.
Very good morning to you, our dear viewers. Fred is my name, and we're coming to you live from the Mara Triangle. And we've got a very beautiful bird on top of one of the balanite trees to our right. It's quite a long way from here, but the bird has been seated there for quite a while. And one thing for sure, this is an immature bird, most likely immature martial eagle. It's quite easy to confuse between immature martial eagle and a crown eagle, and these are very big eagles that apparently, depending on the habitat here, this is open savanna, so which is a perfect place to see martial eagle. Crown eagles, on the other hand, are more of forest birds, and quite often you see them flying on top of forest canopy. So certainly this is an immature martial eagle, very determined aerial hunter, mostly feeding on birds like guinea fowls, and the females martial eagles are pretty big and powerful, and we've seen them bringing down some small mammals like a baby Thompson gazelle, an impala, a mongoose. But for male martial eagles, they mainly feed on birds. Quite often guinea fowls tends to be their most preferred prey items. Stretching a bit more. Thank you very much. Since the bird is patching and there's not much going up on here, I think we're just gonna drive around and see what we're gonna see at some other stage.
So alrighty guys, you can see the alarm clock went off definitely. It's now about 2 minutes since they've come out. Still a little sleepy. You can see how this one closest to us is actually getting blown around by the wind, falling asleep every now and again. But yeah, just really interesting to see how a simple thing like change in temperature changes their behavior from waking up at 9 in the morning to 7 in the morning. Obviously, with it being warmer in the mornings, it's going to be warmer during the middle of the day, and that's when they don't want to be out. As you can imagine, this bare sand getting baked by the African sun gets boiling hot. They say midsummer, the sand can actually reach temperatures of 70 degrees Celsius. So imagine those little feet and those little paws having to be on the sand at that time. No one wants to do that. So you actually find them from changing their behavior from winter time to foraging throughout the middle of the day. In summertime and spring, they actually start a little earlier, take a break during the middle of the day, have a little midday nap, and then when it starts cooling down in the afternoon, they'll continue their foraging. But yeah, so far only 6 of them out. It could be that there's the babysitter that's being left behind to check on the pups. So we just had a question. What is a group of meerkats called? Priscilla just asked that. Priscilla, that's a really good question. That it's called a mob of meerkats, if I'm not mistaken. Don't quote me on that. But as far as I know, it's a mob of meerkats. just because of their behavior. Also, when they encounter a snake, also you find them all grouping together, and they then start mobbing this snake or potential predator to get them to run away or move away. Snakes don't run, but to move away, or just to tell them, what we know that you are there. So as far as my knowledge is concerned, I believe it's called a mob of meerkats. So yeah, it's an interesting name for them. With them being part of the mongoose family, they always stick together and mob these things that come around. But yeah, very, very cool.
Beautiful meerkats, and the meerkats always remind me of the striped or the banded mongoose here in East Africa, because we do not have the meerkats. Well, my day is shaping up nicely as I wanted from the morning, because I had big plans of getting you some cats, and there we are. This is the River Pride, just 3 of that big pride, and we got 1 female with 2 youngster males there. On a typical position, early mornings, on top of a termite mound, and definitely scanning and surveying a possibility of getting some prey. And from where I am, the giraffes we saw earlier and the zebras are not very far from here, so those could be possible candidates. See how open the area is in the very strategic place they have kept themselves on the termite mound and some bushes behind them. And look at the beauty of the Mara. You'll either see some beautiful vegetation, or you'll see a herd of beautiful elephants with some great light. Now, this herd of elephants seem to be heading towards these lions here, and I'm sure once they get here, they will go away. But just look at that magical scenery of the MAASAI Mara. And when you just stop your vehicle when it's very serene and quiet like this, you'd want to get a cup of coffee and just sit and watch nature unfold. And remember, we're coming to you live, and should you have any questions or comments, please send them through, talk to us, hashtag CGTN World or hashtag World Earth. We love to answer your questions and also getting or acknowledging your comments. This pride went together, they're about 10. I wouldn't know where the other 7 members are. And earlier I was talking about the little calf of the elephant that we saw that had a fractured leg. And I say the good news are the vet doctors saw her yesterday, and she seemed to be getting better. They think she might have fallen in a hole and fractured her right front leg, because if anything, she is left behind by the main herd of the elephant. She faces challenges of the cats you're seeing here. Lions have been known to hunt even baby elephants that are just well. And I'm happy that you have appreciated that a bit. And if she stays alone for long and she isn't monitored or she isn't given a good surveillance, well, she may fall prey to either hyenas or lions like this. Happy to see the lions. They look a bit quiet, and I better move on.
Oh, this den is just so active. Everyone's walking back and forth, back and forth. Everybody's busy with legs and bones and all sorts of giraffe parts. Now, we've still got June in front of us, and she's the one that I actually want to follow. I wish she would lie down and give us a wonderful view of her tummy, but I don't think that's going to happen because she's far too full. Hello, Ribbon. You look, delightful. She's just had a drink. They just went to Treehouse Dam. Daniel, good question, and it really depends if you're male or female. That's why we're trying to sort of establish the sex as well of Hart's little ones, but all the cubs have ran inside. If you're a male, generally 97% of the time you disperse. As with most males in the animal kingdom, or predators at least, you go. Staying in your natal range limits your reproductive opportunities, especially when it comes to genetics. And same with leopards, same with lions, you move off. So normally, hyena males disperse into a different clan where they may not be treated the best, but they will have opportunities to mate with the females. Whereas if you're a female, you stay within the clan. Females stay within the clan that they were born into. For example, this is a Juma clan, and they won't leave. Very, very rarely will they leave. Maybe there's a few examples in the animal kingdom, but the whole point of being a female in a matriarchal society, a nepotistic matriarchal society, is to continue on the strength of the clan. And it's a completely female-dominated clan. The more you really sort of start to understand hyenas, the more you really realize how female-dominated it is. The males really are just there for reproductive reasons. It's all about the females. Oh, Ribbon's having a really sweet moment with Hart's little one. I watched this the other day as well. She's very tender with them. Since Ribbon's taken over as matriarch, I've noticed the amount of aggression between the cubs and even the females is very low now. I mean, Ribbon will get a bit grumpy and chase occasionally and exert her dominance, but it's rare. And you'll notice all the cubs have came at once. So hyenas can breed throughout the year, but there does generally tend to be a peak during the late summer. And this is an advantage to the female, of course, because of all the prey species around, especially bovids and zebras. So they do tend to time it with a plentiful food supply. And that's why there's a peak, especially within the Juma clan.
Well done, Lauren. Now, here I have seen one other member of the Liver Pride. And you remember I was telling you there are always about 10. I had 3. This is the 4th one. And she seems to be on a mission. Look at her body language. And she has seen a prey, which is not a very normal prey for lions. And she is looking at a huge male waterbuck. She's just seated there and facing the other direction. They do hunt them once in a while, but it's not regular. More often than not, they'll get the wildebeest, the zebras, elands, giraffe, occasionally buffaloes. It's always a bit tricky to get the waterbucks. They're fast. The males fight back with the horns. And as the name suggests, waterbucks are always near water. And when cornered, they'll always jump in water. And lions have no chance. So let's all wait and see. And I'm sure you're all very excited, as I am. I'm sure we were sitting on the edges of our seats. And let's just wait and see what this female is going to do. She's moving very slowly. She has to be certain that the waterbuck doesn't pick her. I'm just holding my breath now. I'm not sure what direction the wind is going, because I think the wind now is going toward the waterback, but the waterback is facing the other way. So this lioness has the advantage. Now, she's reducing the distance between herself and the waterback, and she's not going to commit herself to a run until she's very close. My estimate now is about 50 meters. It's my estimate between the lioness and this waterback. And he is just chewing cud. Now, lionesses are very strong. They do more hunting than the males, and single-handedly, she can bring that waterback down. I'm imagining zebras are much heavier, than the waterbacks, and you'll get one single lioness just bringing a zebra down, effortlessly. So why the other three members haven't joined in the hunt, I have no idea. But you can tell, slowly, she'll move, stop. She's blending in very well there by that bush and elephant grass. Eyes focused on her trophy. She may not choose to crouch like a leopard, because for now, the waterback is facing the other direction. If the waterback was facing her, that's the time she may choose to go as slow as possible in the grass to camouflage and to avoid being picked up by the waterback. It's at certain times out here in the bush, as guides, we are always torn between who does what. When you think, if this lioness is lucky to hunt and bring down this waterback, it will be the end of that waterback's life. But also, the lioness needs to feed. So safety, I was just talking about, a few minutes ago, because there are 4 lions here. We saw two youngster males and a fully grown female with them. And either they're not in the picture, that this member, which comes from the same pride that we call the river pride, is hunting, because it could make it easier for them. But maybe the 2 young males are not as experienced. But in general, 2 years and above, we have noticed the males are comfortably able to hunt, for themselves, of course, starting with small prey. But I'm surprised the other members are not involved in this. But maybe if it was a big prey, like a buffalo, definitely they would, because a single lioness would not manage to bring a buffalo down on her own. The waterback has no idea there's some danger behind him. Just continue facing the same direction, chewing cud, being a ruminant. You can tell he's good-looking male, quite a prime. See the white under the neck, around the mouth, in the ears. It's an easy giveaway, I would say, for me to the predators, because he blends in with the brown color, but the white will give it away to this particular predator here, the lioness. So what we'll do, because lions take their time before they commit to execute the final lap. So just sit here patiently and watch what's going to unfold.
Beautiful. Back in this area of Chitwa Dam, southern side of a dam, with beautiful packs of dogs. probably the Pungwe packs, suppose. And there they've been stuck in for a few days inside Torchwood in one of the property, but eventually they came out as yesterday. They did. They're still running around in this area. I'm gonna try follow them. You know, they're not static this morning. They're moving around, probably hunting situation. I'm gonna stick with them, see what they do for us. So they're probably scattered all over around here, since they have all their puppies with them. Oh yeah, indeed, you know, it's such a beautiful, you know, I'm so blessed also this morning to be able to see them. Just gonna park here, have a look at them from the distance. See, here they are. Kind of a changing position as well, I mean, direction. And now running back again. Probably gonna try another road. Difficult to get around. So just gonna, you know, try to reposition here, get the visual again, and see.
Blue skies, elephants. Well, it's all happening here at Pridelands today, which brings much happiness to my heart. But apparently that elephant's stomach is maybe not necessarily agreeing with it. Perhaps she heard those wonderful sounds that erupted from its rear end. My name is Taylor McCurdy, and on camera with me today, as usual, is Odie. And like I said, we are here at Pridelands, which is a part of Baluli Game Reserve, which is also a part of the Greater Kruger National Park, so the animals can wander wherever they like. But we've stumbled across some rather large animals while we were searching for lions, but that's okay. I'm happy to take a little bit of a break and just enjoying these animals feeding. Sadly, we've been looking for breeding herds of elephants, but they're nowhere to be found, so we've just got some young elephant bulls tearing down a knob thorn at the moment. That's what they're all feeding on. You can hear those wonderful sounds as they break the branches. What are you going for there? Oh, he's going for the bark. A favorite of the elephants at this time of the year. Maybe you'll even be able to hear them chewing and crunching. Now, good morning, Riley. Yes, elephants do have specific favorite trees that they like to feed on. At this time of the year, it's kind of slim picking, so they'll take whatever's available. But the knobthorn trees the elephants are feeding on is a favorite, especially during the drier season. So obviously we're just coming into spring now, but we haven't had any significant rain just yet. They're also feeding on a lot of sicklebush at the moment, but they'll really eat anything. And then when some of the trees that develop fruit on, then of course you can imagine that the firm favorite of an elephant becomes the fruiting trees. You've got one Ellie bull that's just come from across the road and he's sneaking up right next to the car, just to your right. Hello, boy. Not too perturbed by us. I'm watching him because this individual that's just arrived has actually given me a little bit of trouble before. Hello, big boy. Behave. Just as I say that. So young elephant bulls, and he's probably at the point of his life where the testosterone is really coursing through his veins, and he doesn't quite know what to do with himself because he's not old enough yet to mate, or big enough to mate with the females. They're much bigger bulls that'll probably suppress that sort of must phase, which is when they essentially become sexually mature. But he'd probably be coming into that in the next couple of years or so. But I just recognized him from that specific broken tusk. And look how he's done there. Look how he's pushed the other two bulls away. He said, I'm a couple of centimeters taller than you. I've got a bad attitude. So off you go. This is my tree now.
elephants are elephants, and sometimes they can get a bit selfish. Well, not much has happened here, because what I've just noticed, the lioness has taken the advantage of the tall elephant grass, and she crouched right inside that grass, laying ambush there. Now, that waterbuck is not moving, but what I think the lioness wants to do is to wait until she's convinced 100% that that waterbuck has no idea she is behind, and then she's gonna run the last, I would say, 30 meters. Well, lionesses are faster than waterbucks. Lioness can do about 70 kilometers per hour, and the waterbucks a little slower, about 50 kilometers per hour. And anything to me 20 to 30 meters, that is the speed I expect the lioness to run. Now, she's in that elephant grass there, and the waterbuck continue feeding and has no idea what danger is behind him. That's where exactly the lioness is. You can see her now. Just stood up, and I'll just continue waiting here, and I'll keep updating you on this particular hunt.
Trying to locate these wild dogs. Seems to be running at this drainage line, but again we're going to drive around this site where we just came from. You know, they are highly mobile, as the morning for them still giving them a lot of energy. So but we'll find them. Just going to take another turn around, get close to them, and that's how we're going to view them from the other side. Remember, for them, changing direction is that because they're not too sure. They've got to restart, you know, smelling where the antelope was and how fresh it was, and this is kind of how they're going to do it. And we're going to get close to them right now.
So when last we left off, we were wondering if this male was actually going to meet up with the pride. And since then, the one lioness of the pride has moved off, and the male has started following quite far behind her. We've actually lost view of her. But as you can see, just behind this male is the mother of the two cubs and the two cubs themselves. And they are following closely behind. And that male is definitely trying to try and find that other lioness again. The reason being is that as she has no cubs of her own, she is still able to reproduce. And males are very much, they really want to try and pass on their genes as often and as quickly as possible. You know, they generally only hold a territory for about 2 years, from the age between 4 and 6. Obviously, it does vary if they're not contended by another coalition until they've passed their prime, or even if they are contended by them but they have the upper hand due to numbers or genetics, they might hold the territory for a bit longer, but generally they've only got about 2 years. So they need to try and ensure that they pass their genes on as often as possible during that time. We're going to reposition, we're going to try and get ahead of them and hopefully see them walking towards us.
The best thing is just to reposition, and hopefully you're gonna see them better. Now, the waterbuck have stood up, and not because he is in the picture of the lioness, but it would happen. It's time to stand up, stretch a little bit, and maybe start feeding, which to me, that's going to be a disadvantage big time for this lioness, which I guess was getting very, very close. Just like 2 minutes ago, she was up, and as soon as the waterbuck stood up, she went flat down, because that's the best cover now she got. As it is now, this is the last cover between this lioness and the waterbuck. She moves a little bit 1 meter in front, she's going to expose herself. So it is time to make that important decision. Does she sprint towards the waterback, or does she wait for him to go down again, continue ruminating or chewing the cud, and then she pounces? Unlike leopards, the two would get very, very close. Lions, anything 20, 30 meters is a good distance to sprint. See them apart. That's the waterback across the left of your screen. She's up, but you can tell he has no idea that this lioness is there. So just standing up and looking. There he is. And let's all keep holding. I'm also personally on the edge of my seat, just waiting to see what will happen. So the lioness have to come a little closer, because at that distance, I don't think he has a chance of bringing this waterback down. Still quite a distance of them apart. But again, as I said, she has no other cover left. She is out of where she is now. Then boom, it might abort. I've been trying to watch the other 3 members of this pride to see if they're going to join hands, but none of them have come close. But if everything works all right, she is able to bring this water back down, and I am not going anywhere. I'll still keep waiting here.
Back with these, our dogs, we eventually find them. We're still in the same position. It's so that, there's a drainage line system will separate us and the other side, but they're running west and cross back east again. And finally, one young one got out with a little bit of fresh bone. Maybe it was a steenbok or baby antelope that was probably killed inside the drainage line there. And we still have a visual of them, which is good. One running down, one of the young one. I think it's better if we wait here, because running forth back, this is how we keep losing them. They're quite doing a lot of movement around here. Here's another one. Sorry, there's another car here that has just arrived, also viewing the same dogs. How one's got a little bit of a chunks coming out, but it's very difficult to get to see it clearly. Amy, age 11, how often do the dogs hunt? With the packs like this, and they have puppies, they're gonna hunt quite often. So hunting quite often for them depend what they kill. So if they would kill size of a steenbok, which is smallest antelope here, then nothing in the packs. We only had enough. So it makes them feed and finished and carry on, move again. What we've seen here happened is that it could be maybe one of the small steenbok that was killed. And then again, they just finished. And the one that is running around with a piece of bone and everyone trying to share that, it means that they didn't have enough. It means they're going to hunt again. So, but fully grown impala and this type of NGALA of corn will sustain them for probably the whole day until they're entreated for a hunt again the next day if they get full properly. So yeah, but otherwise, they're going to go hunting every time. But remember, once they're full stomach, they take easy, lie in the shade if it's hot until the next, sunset. That's where they're going to get mobile, go drink, but then they won't push too much on hunting if they're still full, but for them, if it's any target, they will be interested on hunting again because they're not sure when there's the next meal. Just gonna stick around here.
So alrighty guys, they are ready to start foraging. You can see the one is still there at the burrow. He or she, I'm not sure whether it's a male or a female at the moment. This one is probably going to be the babysitter for the day. But you can see here on the left hand side, the little one starting to look out. The beta female is actually a little bit further off, just over there, already going out. She must be really hungry, you know, there's puppies suckling on her, so obviously taking a lot of nutrients out of her. But these guys are just the best. You can see the little one's already starting to dig a little bit. Okay, there's one now on sentry duty, or he feels like he is. But they're just looking to see where the other one is going. They'll soon follow when they see the coast is clear. But just very cool. But yeah, guys, as we look, there we go. Hello. So Emily just had a question. Do meerkats mate for life? Emily, you will get some cases where an alpha and a beta, an alpha male and alpha female mates as long as they are both dominant. So you could say that. However, it very seldomly works out that way. So with their group structure being that of an alpha male and an alpha female, you will find sometimes the alpha male leaving, joining another group, which is what we had happening with the Xhosa group of meerkats. So they absolutely do not mate for life as a rule. The dynamics shifts as certain meerkats become stronger and they challenge the other ones and so on. So no, they don't mate for life. Whoever's alpha male and alpha female at the time, they'll be mating with one another, and then as soon as there's a new alpha female coming up or a new alpha male coming in, that will change again.
Now, we have been staring at June's mammary glands, or you can use the word nipple, I know not many people prefer it, for about half an hour, but sadly she has moved her leg now. So I'm not able to give you the view that we had been looking at, but one thing I can tell you, #NippleWatch has been successful. June's mammary glands are very prominent, and that can only mean one thing. I would love to give you all of you. I've taken some photos that I can share later, but right now she's just completely repositioned her entire body. And unfortunately, we can't see them, but they're there. So I think we're due a cub or 2 new cubs very, very shortly. How exciting. Well done, June. June had it tough. She got very badly attacked in the matriarchal takeover, and I'm just going to go forward, Theo. I don't think she's going to move that leg again. But the mammary glands are very, very prominent, and I definitely think that's the hyena we saw yesterday. Now, going back to Hart's little one, this is a dominant one. Maybe we can get some screenshots, because they look very similar at this stage. This is the more dominant one, the one that is always out of the den, and this is the one that's a boy. I had a good genital search, if you like, and it's definitely pinched at the tip, which means it's male. So I'm wondering if the other one is also male, but let's just wait and see and be as accurate as we can. So for those of you that do keep tabs on the hyenas, Hart's dominant one is a boy, and June has prominent mammary glands. What a successful day at the den. Now, all the hyenas are disappearing. It's only June that we have left. I'll reverse again. And Miss Kalamba has just caught a scrub here on Buffalo's Hook. So we may try and go to the boundary line because apparently she is visible. So hopefully we may have some other spots for you soon.
Thank you very much. We got a few hyenas moving around here. apparently, before we saw them, we were driving around, and all of a sudden we heard some laughing and giggling in the grass to our left. Then we spotted them, one full-grown hyena and a youngster. And apparently there seems to have been a bit of dispute between this female hyena and the youngster. As they were walking and coming to cross the road, they keep on like sniffing the ground, and the youngster is oftenly making some loud laughs, and that seems to have attracted attention from some more hyenas around. So there's one straight to the right running towards the hyena and the youngster, and jackal is also on the prowl. Probably she haven't got the attention from the laughing hyenas, and this looks like is also coming in to see whether this will be a feasting opportunity anywhere around here. We can't really see anything to confirm that there's probably a carcass, but yes, one of the hyenas, the full-grown female's got a full belly. Apparently looked onto her face, that she doesn't seem to have seen any blood stains or anything, but most likely she had a good meal over the night. The jackal is curious and really following the hyenas to probably find out what they've got in store. And you know, in a typical pecking order, hyenas will have their field and the jackals follow, and lastly the vultures come in. And to the right, there's a topi, and you know, obviously, you know, topi is an antelope, and he's clearly looking or following the movement of the hyena. And apparently, over the few weeks, we've been seeing topis in the Mara giving birth to young ones. But this is male topi, so I don't really think there's a young one around here. But again, you know, instinctively, prey animals know hyenas, jackals are predators, so they must always keep a stern stare to ensure that they are out of their way. It's quite an interesting interaction between the jackal and the hyenas. And oh, look at that. One hyena is chasing the jackal, and maybe it thinks that the jackal's got something, so we're staying around here to see what these hyenas will be up to, and then we'll keep you updated.
Well, I respect hyenas as predators because sometimes I have also seen hyenas intimidating the lions. Now, the lioness, same spot, her head is up. But we had a warthog that just came running out of nowhere and actually scared the waterbuck, and the waterbuck stood up and first took off, running away. Not because of the lioness, but because of the warthog, and either some intuition of some sort. He feels very uncomfortable, and there he goes, disappearing in the thicket. Well, happy for that waterbuck, and sorry for this lioness that she had done everything possible to get a hunt or some breakfast for herself and maybe the other members of her pride. Waterbuck is not a candidate anymore. He is out of question, and she has to make new plans. Maybe go back, join the other members, Not sure what she is going to tell them, but this is exactly what happens out here. And we'll just say sorry to that lioness, happy to the waterbuck, and let's see what we have ahead of us.
It's beautiful back in this area. Sorry about the lioness, but yeah, we still got a little bit of a movement of this dog, but they haven't really come out to the properly open area. Yeah, there's probably regurgitating back in that thicket where we can't get through with the camera, but hopefully they come out. You know, they've been running around here, in and out of this drainage line system. As you can see, they're still far on the other side. And of course, you know, the young one, they still trust that their mothers still have to feed them. Remember, even when the parents kill the prey right in front of the young one, it happens when they're with them. And they will feed and regurgitate again there. So they love it too much to feed regurgitation meat, which is already chowed some of the chunks properly. And you see how they, once they realize this is one of the male or female that has meat to regurgitate, all of them, they'll run into that. That's probably what the noise that you heard, it's happening. And they run into one of the female that she was about to regurgitate, and all of them, they just have to squeal for a chunk of meat. Through this wood, you can see one still got probably can't tell what kind of part of the animal it was, but you see that one's probably feeding in that bush. Now move on. Indeed, you know, they have such a beautiful noises. You know, they unique noise from all Canid or Canidae animal. A very unique call, far different to most of us. You know, domestic dogs and everyone. So here, I'm not quite sure if they're gonna call this a day. Yeah. If it does, then it's because of maybe so much of a shed inside that drainage line system. You can see they're still wandering around out there. We'll probably wait a bit and see if, hopefully we get to see them clearly.
So, just like those wild dog that have gone into the drainage line, we also lost the pride of lions going right into a drainage line. And I think based on the heat, it started to heat up quite a bit. I think they're going to stay there for the rest of the day. Behind this bush, we actually have a white rhino. It's starting to come out now. I think we're going to get a good view. He heard us approaching and then stopped and has been listening for quite a few minutes, just moving his ears, trying to figure out exactly what we are. He's slowly starting to relax a little bit, and hopefully he's going to emerge. Now, the trees in front of me, it's quite an interesting area to find a white rhino here, because those trees are actually young tamboti saplings, which is a favorite food for the black rhino. Now, of course, you go into those areas and you find tamboti thickets, generally good area for black rhino, but white rhino and black rhino's territories completely overlap. And while black rhinos do like the thicker areas, part of their territories will generally feature an open area just based on the fact that there's quite a few open areas in between thickets, and they do have large territories, just as the same as the white rhinos. You know, this area will be, this is a male white rhino, and he'll have a large territory in this area, and certain areas of his territory are going to be these thicker areas. In between all these thick trees, there is quite a bit of good grazing, so he will actually feed on that grazing in between these thickets, but obviously just a bit more wary in the thickets. Stop and listen a little bit more often to make sure that there's nothing around. They're slowly moving off. Jenny, the teeth of the white rhino aren't sharp. Now, they are grazers, so they only have molars, you know, just like the teeth that we have in the back of our mouths. So what they do is they feed on the grass and then they grind them down using those flat molars. So they have no need for any canines or anything like that we see with typical of lion, leopard, you know, ones that really need to bite and tear. There's no need for rhino to have teeth like that. So they have quite flat molars. I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to slowly edge forward a little bit, just because this white rhino seems to have gone off, you know, sort of straight ahead. I think maybe we might get a view just a little bit up front. So I'm going to turn on and I'm going to carry on. So we're just going to go slowly, and we always go in low range gear just so we don't scare the animals. Oh. Just going to go a little bit more forward. So I think this rhino is actually going to carry on. He's just off to our right here, and he's probably going to go out into the open. So we're going to just wait patiently here and see if he maybe comes out and gives us a bit of a better view.
Beautiful, I agree, you know. If the rhino come to the open area, why not with these dogs? It's just gonna, still the same here. They're in the wood also, but be very passionate. It's one of the important thing, you know. Wait for a little while, see if they come out. So we've been here since we get here. This, I think it's, I would say, it's very good. It's actually nice. It's the first time of us seeing now all of them static, right, far in the distance. All of the young one moving around still. So it happens that one of the probably females should rain up there and regurgitate, and that's where all of them, a whole bunch of them, right up in that hill. So it's good that they keep the young one with them, and every time they go hunt, either left one or two of them, make sure they secure it. So take a moment of the silence here a little bit. I think that was amazing, you know, sound. Yeah, the kind of a squealing sound these dogs make. But mostly female, I mean, these young puppies does most of the sound because of the, has to share some meat. So yeah, butterfly, the good question that I seen once a bunch of dogs go for a hyena, but just to try to scare away. Hyena, they also freeze. They don't really run away from the dog. I think it's because of they know they're not actually going to do a lot of harm for them. But if it's a chance they can get a hold of that hyena, probably they're going to kill it, you know. If the whole bunch of, probably talking about 14 dogs against one hyena, probably going to do a bit of a big damage on a hyena. remember, hyena also they're one of the animal that once they know they're not scared of that predators. They, they always pause and approach carefully, as they've seen a lot of time what happened when it steal kill from a leopard and eventually run into that kill. If there's a kill on the ground, the leopard right there also only go for a kill and eventually drag away from the leopard. So it's something to do about that. They know which weakest is predators they face at the same time. But yeah, it's a good question indeed then. Let's see what they do here a little bit.
So this white rhino has actually come out of the thicket right out into an open area and is giving us a beautiful view at the moment. You can see the top of the head is covered in white spots, and it's actually bird dung. So I think what happened to this poor white rhino is during the evening they'll often find like a little bush or some place they feel safe, and they'll actually lie down and sleep throughout the evening. And I think this poor white rhino might have been unlucky enough to find a bush right next to a tree or under a tree with some roosting birds. And I think throughout the evening it managed to get quite a bit of bird dung dropped on it. That will of course fade over time, just as as it mud wallows and it rains, it will wash all of that off, so it's not really going to affect it. It's just quite a funny sight to see. Shame, you can still see that white rhino is quite nervous about the noises it heard earlier. You can see its ears are moving back and forth. It's still quite aware. I do find it really funny when animals have the dung on them, especially with this one, because you quite often see dung on the back of white rhinos. I'm not sure if any of our viewers have noticed that before. You often see like a little bit of dung on their back, and that's because certain birds, mainly cattle egrets as well as oxpeckers, they like to sit on the back of a rhino. And the reason is, you can imagine, as this rhino is walking through this grass, this massive animal is going to scare up a whole lot of insects, grasshoppers and a whole variety, and then the cattle egrets take advantage of that and actually swoop down and grab the insects. That's why you often see the dung on the back, but not too often on the face, because rhinos, just like any other animal, only have so much patience for birds. And often when you see the little oxpeckers, they go right on into the ear, one of the softest part of the rhino, where the ticks will actually take advantage of that soft skin. And that's a really good feeding ground for the oxpeckers. The rest of the rhino, they actually have up to 2 inches thick. Their skin can be 2 inches thick, so they're tied with elephant and hippo, with the thickest skin of a terrestrial animal. And that makes it very difficult for a lot of ticks to actually feed on them. In fact, there's a specialized tick called a rhino tick that you will find on the rhino, and not many other species. It's giving us a little bit of a look right now. So this rhino, you do almost want to take a face cloth and just kind of clean it, and you feel quite sorry for animals when it's like this. It's times like this when we really appreciate having our own hands. It can be really difficult for animals to try and clear out, when they've got something on their face, or even the flies. I don't know if you can see in the camera, but there's quite a few flies around this poor rhino. And that's one of the difficult things that they have with their very short tail. A lot of animals are able to use their tail to swat away the flies. Rhinos don't have that luxury, unfortunately. We're going to stick with this rhino for a little bit and see if it starts to maybe get up and move around a bit, possibly start to feed a bit more.
Well, not the best views in the world, but this bottom belongs to Tlalamba. She is in a false marula, and I don't quite know what she's doing. Sure, my car is rolling. Apologies, Theo. I'm going to put my handbrake on. So we're on Buffelshoek cut line, and oh, there we go. She is on Buffelshoek, so we can't traverse, but apparently she's got a scrub hair kill, and she was one of the culprits that was sawing last night. I wonder if we can go forward. Shall we try, Theo? Theo says no. There's lots of vegetation in the way, but you never know, she might come down and she might wander onto the cut line, and if she does, then we'll get much better views of her. But this is what our princess has been up to this morning. She was obviously on Juma at around 4 o'clock, and by the time all the vehicles came out, she's made her way onto Buffelshoek and caught a scrub hare. I think if we go back just a touch. Okay, bear with me, everyone. So we left the hyenas. It was only June that remained, and she was sleeping. But I feel very... How is that? I feel very satisfied with what I discovered with the hyenas this morning. I'm going to have to be on very close June watch. I don't know whether she's about to give birth, she's given birth. I don't know if she's got a natal den. I have no idea. But at least we've made some progress by establishing that her mammary glands are very prominent. Hello, Miss Tlalamba. I'm glad you're learning to hoist a little bit better after your day with the wild dogs and in Silly. It wasn't a good day, was it? We all have bad days. I had one the other day. But even the leopards do. And a scrub hare kill is very small, as you know. It would be absolutely nothing for Tlalamba to hoist that, but she hoisted it probably because she learned a very difficult lesson. Leave things on the ground and you don't know what is around the corner to steal it from you. All the predators steal from one another.
The beautiful leopard up in a tree. Tlalamba, princess. Beautiful. What was happening here with these dogs now? Looks like we discovered that looks like it was a young bush buck that killed, and with just a little bit of a skull that the young one was running around with. But they went again into a covert. So only that individual looks like it's one of the canine opened. One of the dog. I think it's well known of that. What happened to that one, I'm not sure. But you can see. Looks like whatever happened probably during the time they were feeding, and then since they feed, they don't have a choice. They go compete, and eventually it happens. Somebody bites somebody's tongue, or one of the lip being cut off that way. But yeah, it's right there. You can see how these teeth are positioned, how they clip. You can see this actually can do serious bite. Just went down again. So we're going to give another moment here just to see if they ever come back again to us.
This is the African wild dog. Much like wolves, they live in packs led by an alpha pair. They are confident, fierce predators. Their big ears are always perked up, picking up on the quietest of sounds. Their lean build means they move quickly, ducking and diving after potential prey. Research shows that wild dogs hunt in a haphazard fashion, but they eat far more per chase than most other predators. Once they secure a meal, wild dogs tear their prey to pieces in a seemingly vicious manner. Their indiscreet manner of eating often attracts unwanted attention. But wild dogs are defensive and will do all they can to keep their hard-earned meal. They may be cute, but this endangered species is a wilderness force to be reckoned with.
Wild dogs are one of the most successful carnivores at hunting, at 80% success rate. That's very, very high, especially compared to about 30% for lions. And for leopards, like we have here, at least in the Kruger National Park, is 16% success rate. And you can see, this is our Princess Tlalamba. She has a scrub here. You can't actually see the scrub here, which is a very, very small kill for her to make. She must be hungry and clearly needed a snack, and they hunt completely differently from wild dogs. Wild dogs are cooperative. They work together. They just split and all go for it. It's pandemonium. But for leopards, they're on their own. They're solitary. They've got to rely on being very stealthy, camouflage, sneak up on their prey. And many times for a leopard, they're not successful, I'm afraid. Failure, failure, and even more failure before they make a successful hunt. They don't have anyone to cooperate with. They don't have anyone to communicate with. They're on their own. And this is our young female, almost 3 years old. And a scrub here is the perfect snack. Small, easy to hoist, and I'll probably give her enough energy to get through the day. Just a handful of days ago, Miss Tlalamba here had an impala. So she's a growing girl, constantly catching, constantly hunting. A very curious cat. Everything catches her attention. Now, a scrub here would not sustain her for very long. She would probably need to hunt again either tonight or tomorrow. It won't give her enough energy. It'll just sort of provide enough to sustain her through the day. But I'm not sure sitting in this false marula looks very comfortable. It must be, but it definitely doesn't look very comfortable to me. And of course, leopards are really the only predator out here that will hoist their kills. Lions can climb trees, so they can sort of climb and steal from a leopard, but generally speaking, they don't hoist their kills. Cheetahs, wild dogs, hyenas, none of them hoist their kills. Wild dogs and hyenas do not have the ability to climb. Cheetahs do. You'll often find cheetahs on trees, but they use the trees as a vantage point to see, to scan, not for hoisting their kills. A cheetah's superpower is to run as fast as they can. A leopard's superpower is to hoist. A wild dog's superpower is the pack. Everything is about the pack. The pack is life. I'm hoping that this leopard will come down. She's very far off in the distance on a property that we can't traverse, but I'm going to hope that she climbs down and we get a better view of her.
How incredible is this? So we were very lucky. One of the other rangers that were out this morning came to see if this young male was still where he was seen yesterday. And apparently he's lying down on the same termite mound. So I wasn't driving yesterday, but according to what I hear from some of the rangers and trackers, he's been here for the last 2 days. And just look at how relaxed he is. You can see his eyes are so heavy at the moment. I'm still trying to keep his head up, and I wonder if Mom was going out hunting and she probably just decided to leave them here. Now, I can't see the sister around, but so this, just to give everyone a bit of an idea what male this is. So there's a female that moves in this area, and she's often referred to as the Shitsalala female, which means the female that occurs in the area where there's a lot of gardenias. And she has two youngsters, a young male and a young female, and we are currently looking at the young male. Now, how we know that is because the young male, his face is not as delicate as comparison to that of the female. He has more of a robust, bigger face. His neck is also bigger. His tracks. And how we still also know he's a young male is if you look around his face, so some of the things we use in order to identify leopards, of course, spot patterns. We look at the ears, maybe see if there are any scratches around the face. But you can see there's very little scratches. His ears also, no tear in the ear, so he hasn't been in any real fight. But what I enjoy about him is his colors, especially around his face. You'll notice there's a lot of splashes of white. And his, like, look at his nose. You'll even see there's quite a bit of pink, and those long, beautiful whiskers. He is a really beautiful, and look now, the sun's coming out, so how's that for golden color? And even look at his ears. You'll notice the white tip at the very end of the ears, and then contrast it with that black, and then the golden color near the head. But I can imagine if I was a leopard and it's nice and cool, especially if there's a bit of cloud cover, what I would love to do is just be on a termite mound, be in the sun, and also use it as a vantage point. But what a spot. Like, that looks, other than the ideal, always seeing a leopard in the ideal tree, I reckon an ideal spot to find a leopard is either in the riverbed, lying down in the soft sand, or if you find them in the grassy area, is on a termite mound. Notice that tail. Often with leopard, the one thing that you could be looking out for, especially if you're driving near the river, or even in an area like this, is sometimes after they flick that long tail to get rid of the flies, it could be something that will give their position away.
Right, you're welcome back to the Mara Triangle. And a while ago, we've been following this hyena and a youngster. Apparently, the adult hyena seems to got a very big belly. On the other hand, the youngster is somehow starving. Maybe she haven't got a meal over the night. And let's just come to this particular area where we found some vultures on the ground. Seems like they've been feeding on something, and that seems to have attracted the attention of the hyena and the youngster. They've gone there, and seems like there's nothing left. So the adult hyena is somehow. So apparently the adult hyena seems to have almost given up, and she's going further down, sniffing the ground, probably trying to catch the wind. And certainly there must be a recent kill here. We haven't found the carcass yet, but we'll be spending more time here watching the hyenas and the vultures, and hopefully something else is going to unfold soon. At the moment, nothing much is going on, just the vultures and the hyena. And a bit more to the left, there's a big herd of impalas. And actually, the activity with the Apparently the herds of impalas is keenly looking at what's happening here with the hyenas and the vultures, and they just want to make sure that they're safe from them. And actually we're not leaving anytime soon. We're still spending time here and look for what's going to happen in the next few minutes.
So have a look, there's a hyena that moved to the exact same spot where that leopard was, but you will see the leopard has moved off into the tree. Now just look off to the right there. So this leopard is not too keen with this hyena being around. But of course, this hyena is not too fast. Now it's probably smelt the leopard because the wind is blowing from the leopard towards the hyena, just to come and see if there's any scraps that are left. Imagine if we can see the interaction here. Now the leopard won't really confront the hyena. What it might even do is when the hyena gets closer to where that leopard is, it might just snarl at it. But let's see. That hyena is now going towards the leopard. You'll see now and again, as soon as that hyena gets closer, that leopard would open its mouth, give a snarl, and then close it again. Now, because he's a young male, he'll move away from this hyena, but had he been maybe 5 or 6 years older, I don't think he would have tolerated this hyena as much, because it does look like a youngish hyena. Looks like that hyena is moving off. You can see how he's just staring at the hyena at the moment. And maybe once the hyena has moved off completely, he'll move back towards this termite mound. But to give you an idea, so the hyena is moving right in front of us now. Probably just seeing if there was any kill from this leopard. Yeah, he's still just sitting in the tree. So what's going to be interesting is to see once this hyena is gone, what is he going to do from there? Is he going to try and slink away, maybe head like towards behind him and move away? Or will he come back towards the termite mound? With the hyena moving off, he's feeling a bit more relaxed now. Now he gives it a little stretch. It doesn't even look like he's fussed at all now, but earlier on when that hyena came close, it was a completely different story. See how it's still just looking around to see if there's any signs of that hyena, but the hyena has moved off completely now. Now we'll just patiently wait and see what happens to him. He might just come back. He's on his way back. I can only see his face through the grass. He blends in so well. Look at that. If you had to walk here, there's no way you'll be able to see that leopard in that grass. Might try and see if Gert and I can reposition to get another view of this leopard.
I've learned more about Kalamba's story. Apparently, the hyena chased her up the tree, and that's why she's in this wonderfully awkward position in the false marula tree. Looks like a marula, but not. I'll never forget my training from Mr. James Hendry. James, how do you identify a false marula? Well, it looks like a marula, but it's not. Fantastic piece of advice there. And she's probably resting. The hyena's probably still lurking down the bottom, maybe heard the squeals of a scrub pair, or could smell Tlalamba herself. Once you find a leopard out here, at least in this area of the northern sector of the Sabi Sands, a hyena is not too far behind. And yesterday, I had the most incredible drive with the Pungwe pack. But what was fascinating was we actually had them in the morning. We just missed them. They were too fast to get live. And behind them were 2 hyenas. Now, in the afternoon, I had an incredible drive at Chitwa Dam, and those 2 hyenas were still following those dogs. They had followed the dogs by scent, or possibly by audio, the entire day. Dogs are the best species for hyenas to follow because they're messy. They tear their prey apart. There'll be all sorts of lovely body parts all over the place, and hyenas can pick up the bones and all the rest. Leopards are a little bit more trickier because, just like Miss Tlalamba here, they hoist their kills, whereas a hyena cannot get any access. All they do is wait and hope that, well, something falls down to the ground. Hyenas in the Kruger, they literally spend most of their time following other animals. They're so skilled at scavenging. They're so skilled at stealing. And that's why they've possibly earned themselves a bad reputation. But I must emphasize that all the predators out here, leopards, lions, even wild dogs, we watched the dogs steal from Tlalamba the other night. They all steal from one another. If the opportunity arises and it's not too putrid, i.e. the carcass is relatively fresh, they will all steal from one another. I've actually never witnessed a cheetah do it, but I imagine it would. If a cheetah walked upon a fresh carcass, of course it's not going to turn that carcass down. Lions are notorious for stealing as well. They cannot resist the delicious smell of a fresh carcass.
Beautiful. Back with these dogs, and then we got them right now, which it looks like all of them, they came out of that little trench lines. Indeed, lovely sound here when they're all just communicating and sort of thing. Most of the young one is making a lot of noises because, you know, they have a lot of time to play. There was one that got out of that drainage line, still have that bone. I think it's probably what. Let's take just a moment of a silent listen to this. It's a beautiful sound, hey? Isn't it? So it's a little bit of a wind picking it up, but it's not a very strong wind. And only here around them, it's just a lot of a squealing from them, but also birds calling from distances. You know, and this is just provide a naturally out in a bush like this, where the animals occurred. it's so important to be part of this time of the morning. Remember, everyone, questions are welcome, comments are welcome on hashtag Wild Earth or hashtag YouTube, on Instagram as well. This is how we will be sharing these sightings. It's such a beautiful watching this live right now, right in front of you on your screen. Look at this. It looks like they're a little full compared to the time we arrived in that first sighting we got them this morning. You know, they were kind of running around too much, and then somehow, because they successful hunt, it happens with 3 vehicles here, but nobody witnessed what happened in the drainage line. So all of a sudden just vanished into drainage line. One got out of there, just a little piece of bone, and we all don't think it was a big antelope. So it's one of those. Shine, how long for the wild dog to it takes for them to kill their prey. You know, they work as a group. You know, watching these animals, you know, kill is not a nice, really. So I seen them kill impala, and then I seen them kill bush buck. And what it does is that they run animal down, and they don't give up. And they can do that continuously. And a lot of time animal, you know, collapse or get tired of running, finally just lost control, and these guys get into it. But once they get into that animal, because there's no order in terms of feeding, and that's how animal die off, probably just get teared apart. Finally, the content, the stomach's out immediately. So it doesn't really take long, and they don't suffocate. So you might hear a lot of a distress call for that animal, and the last distress calls take place until there's nothing, no sound anymore. That animal died. So it doesn't really take long. And remember, for them to hunt, they don't stalk like true cats do, lion and leopard. You know, they all approach and run to the prey species. In that case, since they're in a group, it happens maybe they make 2 kills, 3 kills, and for that, there won't be a problem. Everyone is going to start for wherever they're nearby in that kill and feed, and again, they will communicate for them to get around and unite again and rest. Stick around and wait, see what they do.
Alrighty guys, I know our plan was to come only here this afternoon, but we decided, you know what, with those meerkats getting mobile so early this morning, we want to just come and check that the den site hasn't been moved, and it hasn't. You can see the little balls of fluff just moving behind the thickets over there. It doesn't seem like Mom is here, so just for those of you who haven't been with us while we were here, there's a female cheetah with 3 tiny cubs that's busy denning over here at the moment. These cubs are about more or less 3 weeks old now, from what we think, but still very small. I don't see them at the moment. As you know, or as you can imagine, we try and limit our movements as much as possible. With Mom not being here, they might get a little curious and come see what's going on. She might be off hunting or doing something, you know. She can't be with them 24/7, especially at this early ages, because they can't move as much yet. That's why she's denning with them. Typically, you'll find that as soon as they are mobile enough, the female will actually keep the cubs with her and move wherever they need to go. So very special that we could find this, female while she's still denning, and get to see these cubs while they are still here. Because as soon as they get mobile enough, they can move throughout the reserve, and following them might get a little difficult then. But yeah, guys, what I think we'll do, we're gonna spend some time here and just see if they don't want to maybe pop out somewhere in a little corridor and give us a little better view. Because they're not gonna move too much while mommy's not around. As I said, they might get curious because there's this funny thing moving around them. But as soon as we see something, we'll let you know, okay?
I'm so jealous of Davi down there with those cheetah cubs. I've never seen cheetah cubs. Very jealous, but happy. We've got leopard cubs around here, hyena cubs, and wild dog puppies. Now, some people think hyenas have pups. Sorry, a lot of people refer to hyena offspring as pups, but that's wrong. They are cubs, in fact. They're in their own family called Hyaenidae, but they are more closely related to the felids than the canids. Now, they're not that closely related to the felids, but out of the two, they're more closely related to cats than they are dogs. But of course, their closest relative, as many of you know, is the mongooses. Now, Tlalamba must be comfy. I don't know how she's working this position, but she is. And I am sorry it's such long distance visuals, but she is in Buffelshoek. But still, we can see her just falling asleep there. Kim, you're asking about the leopards in Djuma. Now, Djuma's a very small property. It's really not that big, which is why probably all the Djuma crew are half crazy, in case you've ever wondered. No, I'm only teasing. But leopards move, territories move. So rather than talking about Djuma, it's probably better to talk about the entire sort of northern sector of the SABI sands. And no, they're not all related to one another. Of course, we have our royal lineage. We have leopards that obviously have their offspring here, like Tlalamba and Tandi and Kuchava. They're all related. Because with leopards, males tend to disperse. Just like what I was talking about with hyenas earlier, males leave. And that's what happened to our famous celebrity cat called Hosanna, the offspring of Karula and Tingana. He got to an age where it was time to go. He was getting ready to sort of mature into a male, become reproductively active. And the gene pool here, the females on offer here, is just too limited, and he happens to be related to most of them. So he dispersed. He's gone way down south to sort of Londolozi area, and who knows if we'll ever get the chance to see him again in wild there. So males tend to leave, but females, again, similar to hyenas-ish, they normally get a section of their mother's territory. So for the likes of Tandi, she's got a huge territory. When it comes to that time, she'll get ready around 18 months, 2 years. She'll get ready to hand a section of that to Tlalamba. Why do female leopards do this? Why do they give a section of their own territory to their daughters? Well, it's much better having your daughter as a neighbor on the territorial boundary, someone that you're related to, your bloodline, than a competitor. So it's far better for Tandi's territory to border Kuchava and Tlalamba, her daughters from different litters, than it is Shudulu. Shudulu's not related, and she is a competitor. She is a threat to Tandi, and therefore that's why female leopards do that. So it's a fascinating topic, territories within leopards.
Beautiful, this, puppies over here playing right in its shed. Looks like these guys can't have enough of each other. The entire time we're here, haven't stopped pushing each other, chase each other. Thought this was all about that little scow that one came out in a drainage line carrying it up, but it's just so that they have a lot of energy to play and see how they practice doing that. So, water's not far away here. When we arrive, We thought they're going to go drink, but they just turn around just before they drink, and they come in its position. And it looks like they won't do much unless if they get disturbed here. Remember, for them, hunting, it's not all about it's not all about the time or anything, but it's all about what they see in front of them. If it's an embraced species reign in this area, across them, of course they will take it up from there, and they're definitely going to chase it. The reason they do that is because they need to kill often with these cubs. They need to feed them. You know, every time these cubs are hungry, they all have to make noises or squeal for their mother to give meat. But then if their mother haven't feed enough, and they won't regurgitate. So that's what makes them always have to be up and hunt. Look at this one. Isn't this beautiful? To see such a puppies like this playing on their own when the parents on the far side. Look at this. Yeah, indeed, they make such an incredible, beautiful sound. That's kind of a little squeal sound. Some sound can be slightly different to that, depend on what situation they're at. But there, it's all about playing. So, dog cannot climb trees for sure. Just like a normal dog cannot climb trees. So, they ground animal hunter. If anything's up in a tree, won't get it. So, they hunt things that run on the ground. But, look at this one trying to pull the bush. Practice their canine. One is going to be, or one of them is going to be involved in that. See how these troubles start from playing. And just like a kid, you know. Exactly. Parents, when they're away, all they're going to do is to get out of the house and run around and start the trouble, and same to these animals. So, while we're in the area, for us to wait here, enjoy this.
That young male hasn't really moved too much from the last time we saw him. He's just been sitting there in the grass. I'm probably just going to rest up here for the day. Like, it all depends, because if it starts warming up, whenever there's not a lot of cloud cover, you can feel it's really warm. But now, he's just gone and put down his head. Now, how incredible is this, though? Because I thought about it earlier on. If you had to drive past here, there's no way you'll be able to spot this leopard in the grass. And unless there's any tracks to start tracking, or if you possibly spot them in the tree or a termite mound, it's really an incredible sighting, especially if you do find them. Now, imagine just if you were an impala or any of these other animals, how good does your eyesight and hearing not need to be in order to spot something that's so well camouflaged as this leopard? And so for him even, now I mean at this stage he's still quite young, less than 2 years old. And so whenever he moves, there will be a lot of error, trial and error in his whole approach. And eventually, as he gets more and more experience, he'll be able to catch and be more successful in his hunts. But it's a big learning curve, especially at this age.
So as your leopard disappears into the grass, we've got a beautiful bird here that is taking advantage of this lovely open field right in front of us. If you have a look carefully, you might be able to see a little bit of white on the wing. There's a little bit of white just above the eye, and quite a bit of barring on the chest. So this is actually one of our juvenile birds. It's a juvenile African cuckoo, and what it's doing is, you can see it keeps reaching down and it's pulling something out of its claws. Now what it's been doing is it's been perching on these dead trees and flying down and grabbing insects. Now it feeds mainly on green insects, again, sort of a lot of grasshoppers in the area, and swoops down, grabs them, and then goes back into the tree and pulls them apart, as you're seeing now. So sometimes you can even see as it pulls off a wing, and the wing just flies off. And it's going to continue doing that for the rest of today. It also feeds on chameleons, but I think with the season, and also, I don't know if you just saw that another wing just got pulled off, it's most likely just feeding on the grasshoppers in the area. You can actually see the back feathers are starting to come out. Those white feathers are quite prominent. I don't know if it's maybe starting to molt. The adults do look quite different, and they change their color from this brown that you see into a beautiful dark gray, and then they resemble quite closely to a African goshawk. The difference being is that they've got a very prominent, these African cuckoos have a very prominent yellow eye, and they've got the grey actually extends down to the chest, which it does not do with the African goshawk. Incredible, with all the action, you guys having a lion stalking a waterbuck, and now we've got a African cuckoo grabbing little grasshoppers. I'm hearing some viewers are saying it's a new bird, and I was actually just talking to our cameraman about the fact that I haven't seen many in this area, but in the space of a few minutes suddenly we've seen quite a few, and I think it's because of the dry conditions. I think it's really easy for these birds to catch grasshoppers at the moment, so you're going to see quite a few more. You know, birds, animals, all of nature tends to go where the food is available to them. We're going to watch him for a little while and see what he does, and then we are going to carry on in the area and see if we can find anything else.
Oh, it's so nice to hear that the cuckoos are coming back. We haven't seen any yet here at Pridelands, but something that you will see, of course, is the impala, which have come down for a drink. But an array of animals have already visited the Ndlovu watering hole, with some buffalo. We've had warthogs, the impala, of course, and then the tallest of the lot, the giraffe. There are a few of them on their way, but they haven't had a drink just yet. They seem to be feeding on the vegetation just surrounding the dam. But that's a nice big male that you can see. He's not particularly old. He is still fairly young. There are some really, really nice giraffe bulls here on Pridelands that are almost completely black in color. He's still got a long way to go, I'm afraid. You can see him just casually giving a side eye to the impala as they run around unnecessarily. Although there were lion tracks coming in this direction, so who knows, maybe there are some tawny cats lying about. But there's another giraffe standing right on top of the dam wall. Apologies for the branch that's in the way, but it'll be nice to see it if it moves. The other thing that I think is quite fascinating is the fact that they're utilizing the dam wall. So they've walked on top of it rather than coming in from the bottom, and I wonder if it's because of the sort of mud that is hardened with all the elephant and buffalo footprints, which makes it, we've seen it makes it quite difficult to walk across, or are they just doing it because there's lots of trees around and that's where they kind of want to feed? But the three giraffe that are here have all done the same thing. They walk right up on top of the dam wall and then come on down. But that's a female. You can also hear the oxpeckers ring in the background. I know that's not the sound they make. I'm terrible at trying to imitate animal calls. Not my forte. I'll just stick to telling you about them. And where that giraffe is, every now and then you might see some movement just behind it. I can't see it now, but there is another giraffe that's just feeding behind. And that dam wall is quite steep too. Almost the height of a giraffe. Very quiet. Now this would be a great moment if a predator would like to arrive on scene, as they've been avoiding us. Now, Laura, hopefully we're going to see this happen. It's not particularly difficult for giraffe to drink water because they've been practicing for a very long time. But, I mean, when you look at them, they've got these really, really long legs and long necks, and they're quite far away from the surface of the water. So they have a technique to be able to drink water. So they can't just, bend down, easily like something like a buffalo and drink. They actually have to spread their front legs quite wide. Almost looks like they're doing the splits, and then their necks will stretch all the way down. So it looks very, very difficult, but remember, these animals have had lots of practice. So once they're mature, I don't think it's particularly difficult for them at all. But with it drying up, with the watering holes drying up, I think it's going to get trickier, because you've seen all the elephants and the buffalo and the warthogs, of course, coming in and wallowing around. So there's there's very few area around this dam where there's no mud. And I think if those giraffes get their hooves sunken in too deep, that could be quite entertaining. But we'll see which side of the dams they drink. They try and avoid the mud where possible. But we always talk about how dangerous these dams typically do get as the rain starts to, as the water starts to dry up.
Luckily, when the elands drink, you regularly see them, or they do not spread their legs out and having their necks down, which of course exposes them to a lot of danger. Their necks are much shorter, so it's easy for them to dip their mouth in any water collected somewhere or in a river, drink, and keep moving. Now, the elands have a little bit of a commonality between them and giraffes, because they also browse. The elands browse. They'll also eat grass at the same time. You're looking at the 1 second last. He's a huge male, grayish now, just getting the middle of the rest of them. He had some oxpeckers on top. To their right is a Cape buffalo, and birds of a feather flying together. You notice the elands are just moving on their own and not bothered with the buffalo. The buffalo is not interested or doesn't care about the elands. And you remember I had given you a quiz on my hornbill. And we just got a wonderful answer from Joy in Hong Kong. And she says black and white cascade hornbill. And Joy, very well done. 10 out of 10 or 100%. You have gotten it correct. It was the black and white cascade hornbill. I think I've got a lot of respect for you, Joy, on your birding. Very well done. That was the correct answer. And shortly I'll be showing you how the other hornbills looked like, which are very close to that particular one that I wanted you to get the answer for. So watch our elands moving away. In the background there's an elephant too. And Bungay, if you allow me, I would want to show one of our viewers. Are you happy in that position? Excellent. Let's start here, Bungay. We had this answer here. This was a trumpeter hornbill, which was very close. But I'd say the closest one to a correct answer was down here, Bungay. They pull you down a little bit. And this is the white-thighed hornbill, which is very close to our correct answer. And Joy in Hong Kong gave us the correct answer, which is this one here. And this is the black and white cascade hornbills. Well done, Joy. And you'll always see them in around hornbills. So we get moving and towards the river and find out what could be happening in that particular area.
Here we go. So if you were wondering how a giraffe drinks, now we can hopefully see it. Oh, why did you move away like that? Oh, there's a warthog that's running in just to the left. Perhaps, here we go, you can just see it. It might be obstructed by the view of the tree, but that's why the giraffe stood up and is now watching that interesting creature. You have to be very careful around these watering holes. Please don't go and drink around the corner there. That's a lovely drinking spot right there. Although I say this, I'm not a giraffe. I don't know what the preferences are for drinking. I would imagine just not a lot of mud. Oh, it's a pity that tree is there. How funny is that? A giraffe carrying on, the warthog waiting till it's clear so that it can also come down and have a drink. Classic animals. But we should be able to see some more of them. They're just up feeding at the moment. There we go. Perfect opportunity. All the oxpeckers now flying from the giraffe onto the warthog. And hopefully they'll hop on off the warthog or maybe even dangle near its snout and sneak a drink. I do like how the oxpeckers do that. Some days they don't want to get their feathers wet, so they'll just use buffalo or warthogs. Typically that's, spend a fair amount of time with their nose in the water as they drink. And they'll just dangle off with their very specialized foot structure that allows them to cling on to animals like that and sneak a drink. Or maybe they'll even have a little bit of a water bath. That could be quite cool to see. You always see them preening their feathers, but dust bathing and bathing in water is a very important element of cleaning. Warthogs do the opposite. The dirtier, the better. You can see lots of them now. Some days you even see the warthogs completely covered in oxpeckers. Well, it is such a lovely day. And it's going to be very, very hot here, so I think we're going to be very, very busy for most of the afternoon. And we've just got some students in camp at the moment that are working on their walking qualifications. So I'm sure that they will be absolutely thrilled while doing their lectures to look out onto Ndlovu Dam.
Right, we are here in the Mara River, and the Mara River is one very important component of the entire Mara ecosystem. This is one of the main crossing points during the migration season, like now. Unfortunately, there are no wildebeest around anywhere close to the river this morning. As we were driving around this morning, we saw quite some huge herds of wildebeest spreads towards the foot of the escarpment heading north. So hopefully in the next few days, this will be one of the best places to be, waiting to see the wildebeest cross the river. At the moment we are enjoying a company with a small family of hippos. They're basking on the beach, just relaxing, enjoying the sun. These animals are grazers, and they come out during the night to graze and then always try to find their way back home before the sun is up. But here, there's not much happening. Just a peaceful rest, enjoying the sun, and they've got quite a welcome host of oxpeckers on them. The hippos on the beach, if you look to the ones to the left a bit, there's a host of oxpeckers sitting on them. These are welcome visitors. They really help when it comes to grooming and get rid of ticks. And so the hippos are always happy having these birds on them. They offer a very, very precious and valuable service to them. So generally, the Mara River is so quiet at the moment, but this is where the real drama and action will be anytime the wildebeest are very close here and they intend to. Hippos peacefully happy, just basking in the sun, and this is the right time to rest. Please, you just don't have to stay here any much more longer because nothing is happening. We'll be driving a little further things soon.
Beautiful. Hippos are also one of the animals that wants warm and wants sun. And again, here it's the same thing. Only the difference here with this dog is they need a shade for when it's hot. When now here it's actually not warm anymore, it's getting hot. And I think we'll be seeing a lot of these dogs lying in here. Could be permanently, I can't guarantee that. Like, anything can happen. If they see an impalas around here, these adults will be really up to it, chasing it down. So, but if nothing like that happen, I believe they're gonna be here the rest of the day. But first thing for sure, when they're mobile, they'll go drink first and look out for a hunt. The dam we're talking about, Chituchita Dam, it's a beautiful lake there. And maybe late afternoon, there'll be a lot of activity of antelopes. And dogs that don't mind whether it's in a thicket, whether it is in an open, for hunting. Since they don't have to stalk, and they chase from distances and kill the prey. So what we see in here is one in that shed, also looking like just pass out. You can see the ear twitch. We're gonna take him home in here just to see what this dog will be up to.
One of the most interesting hunts I've ever seen with wild dogs was of a waterbuck, which took about 10 minutes before they brought the waterbuck down, but it took them under 5 minutes to tear the female apart. There were about 15, a pack of 15, and under 5 minutes, that waterbuck was torn into pieces. The only thing they left behind were the hard bones. Well, waterbucks, as the name suggests, always very close to water. And see the very lush grass they are eating there. And you can hear lots of frogs. Wonderful choruses of frogs going on. How therapeutic is that? And one of the times when we talk of collective nouns of frogs, we'll always say a chorus of frogs. Well, my plans now are to head to the Mara River and find out if we could be lucky to see a crossing. The migration is still on in the MAASAI Mara, and we'll have all these animals until maybe end of September or sometimes mid or towards the end of October. Waterbacks, cattle egrets, have a beautiful day. We'll see you maybe later.
Alrighty guys, we've got a beautiful male Gemsbok over here, or RX. It is an older individual. I don't think he's going to have females of his own anymore. I wish he would turn around and look at us quickly, but have a look at how you can see that gap when he turns his head, that gap in between the two horns. Yeah, I mean, it's very, very round at the moment. It's possible that he, with him being an older individual, having that round belly, it could be something as simple as, with him now being older, the teeth is starting to wear down, so he's not chewing his food as well when he's ruminating, and because of that he's becoming a little bloated, or the digestion process is not as great anymore, so there's quite a lot of fiber or foliage that goes through into his intestines before being into like a pulp. He's not in bad condition though, but if you look at like his shoulders and so on, you can just start to see a little bit of boniness, so a little bit of loss in muscle and so on, which shows us that he is absolutely an older individual. Also that gap, when we look at the gap between the two horns, that's typical of a male oryx or gemsbok, but also the wider the gap, that normally you find that the older the individual. You also look at those ridges on the horns itself, and that's been worn down, especially here around the head area. Let me just go a little forward so we can see him again. As soon as those ridges starts wearing down, you find that it is typically an older boy also, because he's been fighting a lot and doing all of those things. Bit more, hey Dave. There we go. Now you can see him nicely again. But yeah, guys, not uncommon to see a male by himself like this. The females, they typically form the groups, and then the males, they operate by themselves. You'll find the dominant males in the groups of females, looking to pass on their genes. But the older and then younger individuals, the younger boys that are not yet strong enough, and then the older guys that's not strong enough anymore. Quite common to see them by themselves like this. I just love gemsbok. They are stunning animals. Beautiful, beautiful. You can see that tail looks very much like a horse's. It's quite important for them.
So we've got all the giraffe now taking turns and having some sips of water. Oh, that's such a magical moment. I'm sure all photographers will agree, when it is either very early in the morning and you've got the golden light, or late in the afternoon, and a backlit giraffe, as it throws its head up after it's had a drink of water, is quite spectacular. And of course with oxpeckers, but watch them, even though they've got those specially adapted feet, like I was telling you, it's not enough to hold on to a giraffe when they swing their heads back like that. But it doesn't take them long before they all fly straight back onto the animal. Look how many there are. What, there's like at least 10 giraffe? Not 10 giraffe on that. There are at least 10 oxpeckers. It'd be quite funny, mini giraffe on a giraffe. I mean, that'll be the desperately trying to get into that cow's ears. There must be lots of little ticks and things building up in there. Oh, you're having a good old drink. And a nice flick back. I also love how they use their tongues afterwards to just clean their noses. Those are the buffalo running in the back. You can see how she's turned her head. She's now just watching. She's not sure what startled the buffalo. So best we just have a little look and make sure that there aren't any lions lurking about. Now, something that we have seen quite often is that predators haven't been around during the early mornings around the dam. But during the middle of the day, the lions come and sit here up on the dam wall, I think waiting for some unsuspecting warthogs and impala and anyone really that comes on around. Especially if you've been out hunting all night and you weren't successful. Well, there's that big male giraffe again on the right. We'll see how much taller he is in comparison to that female, although I think he's still got a little bit of growing to do. I don't think he's fully mature just yet. But even just the sheer size of his neck and shoulders completely dwarfs her. I'm glad you all enjoyed all those oxpeckers. I would love to have a scene where we do have a warthog that's literally covered from snout to the tip's tail in oxpeckers, so we'll keep out for that. I keep an eye out for that. But even when hippos are just enjoying the sun, sunbathing, I love how they cover them too. Sometimes they even get covered with terrapins. There we go. He's just disappearing behind the trees. He might pop into camp. We're sitting right on the outskirts of the eco training camp where the wildlife is not afraid to visit us.
The giraffe is the world's tallest land mammal, using their long necks to reach their favorite meal. The new, soft green leaves found at the very top of the trees. Their extensive, coarse tongues pull the foliage of thorny branches. Relishing a meal inaccessible to others. However, their height makes it slightly more difficult to drink and sleep. Like other large herbivores, giraffes require lots of water to stay hydrated. The ultimate light sleepers, they snatch up short doses of consistent rest, often while standing. In fact, they spend most of their lives standing up, even to give birth. The giant ruminants walk with a grace about them. Their necks move with each stride they take. They don't do anything fast. Generally, quiet animals. They use body language as their main medium of communication. Speaking volumes when necking, the ultimate display of dominance amongst male giraffes. They use their long, muscular necks to strike an opponent and wrestle by twining their necks around each other in this unique fighting display.
Jumbo, and welcome back to here at the river. And Freddy is fast asleep, and nobody else has been present in these parts of the river. The bank where wildebeest come down has been empty. It has had no visitors since this morning. I have been watching it the same way it is, and nobody has appeared. Seems like the crossing, is going to be later or maybe tomorrow. But I do have a small herd of breeding impala over there. It's called a harem, where there's always a male who's dominant with almost about 20 to 30 females. Usually it's very hard work because he tries to chase away most males, keeping the females together, at the same time watching for predators and mating with the females in season, making him very vulnerable and very quick, very weak, very, very fast. Yeah, Freddy is still in his corner over there, waiting for that male to come out later. I'm staying with him here because I'm sure he's waiting for something.
Beautiful sighting this morning. We've been driving around looking for lions or any other cats, and fortunately our efforts have been eventually rewarded. Here we've got two beautiful lionesses belonging to the Mugoro pride. This is a very special place to be, especially during this time of the day, You see they've got a very nice raised ground where they're just sitting down, looking around. And a bit down further to the left, there is a pool of water that is probably a very important thing that will attract a prey to come here at maybe when the sun is too hot and they want to come for a drink. Then this is a very nice place for these lionesses to raise an ambush, and bearing in mind that they've got a raised ground to look around and see prey approaching from a long distance. The sun is not so intense, so they're still happy staying here. Probably at some stage when it starts getting hot, then they will decide to move either to the lone tree further to the left or to the bushes on our right just for the shade. So these female lionesses hang around this area. This is their stronghold. And not long ago, there are some male lions that came across the Mara River from a pride that we think they're coming from the Bila Shaka pride. And we think they've probably already had an opportunity to mate with this female, and we for sure suspect these females to be pregnant, and we'll be looking forward to see them give birth to a beautiful very nice question, Tom. And my favorite pride in the Mara is the sausage pride. It is a pride of lions that's normally found far south, and I love this pride because most of the time, you know, there's a good number of them, about 16, 17 lions in the pride, and most of the time, you find all these lions staying together. They've got cubs of different ages, and they're always actively engaging in some play on always doing something. Right, female lionesses right in front of us, and you know, one thing with lions is these are the true social cats, and most of the time members of a pride are related in a way or another. The two females could be sisters, and they were probably raised in the same litter. They grew up together, and they've always been staying together. And one very interesting things about lion is, like, when in the morning when they're greeting each other, or when one of them separates for a while and she comes back to join the rest, there's always a greeting ritual where you see the two lions rubbing their heads together, just as a way of ensuring that the bond between them is reinforced, which is quite something very cool and a very interesting social behavior for the lions. Oh, look at that. It's gonna back beautifully on. I look sleepy though. And lions or cats generally, when they start yawning, it's kind of an indication of some sort of movement most of the time. Oh, look at that. That's pretty good yawn. We're not gonna be in a rush. We're just gonna be staying here.
Beautiful lines. It's a great idea that they're right on top of the mound, of course. Yawning, it's also beautiful. That sound of probably they're going to move around. And with these dogs we got right here, they now separate apart, which the parents that we're looking at far in the distance can see the tails and the ears twitching every now and then. And this is how they were going to react the whole day, I think. So anyway, they are the animal that always rely on themselves. It's the same thing with the lions. They're also social. Be together, that's how they work as a team. Things worked out when you're more than one, which then makes a lot of difference if you want to now compare these dogs and a leopard. And a leopard come independent. That's where separate from. Christy, you want to maybe repeat the question there? I understand the name Ron. Ron, how long did that dog sleep for? What happened? So that's depend. For now, here it's getting hot today. So they're probably going to sleep here for the whole day. But that's normally for them. When they're full stomach, they don't want to move around too much unless if they get disturbed. So I've seen dogs sleep for probably about maybe 20 hours sometimes. And this is when they don't feel like they want to move around, especially with puppies like this. And they need to, it's clearly enough that puppies need a safety as well. So if it's not time for hunting, and this is how they will spend time with these puppies for these hours. But when they're separate from them, and this is when maybe it's time for hunting. But for that, it looks like they've been keeping this cub with them every time they hunt, so that the cubs will be involved and kind of learn the skills how to do this too, in terms of a killing. So yeah, they sleep long as well. 18 hours, 20 hours is too much. But again, 20 hours to 18 hours, it's same to most, even cats, lions, leopard, you would think. They do get disturbed as well and then move from one shade to another. Go sleep. If there's anything, again, entrap them, or they get interested on hunting, this is where they'll get up and hunt. If they attempt hunt and then they don't make it, again they will rest because it's hot now. That's the resting hours. And this is what probably happening here. I understand the question is very important because now it's a daylight and these animals are actually day hunter, but now they're in a shade. What rings in my mind is that because of that little antelope, they have eaten down in that drainage line, makes this little one be full stomach. They don't actually make a lot of trouble, make a lot of noises from their mother, squealing for their meat again. They regurgitate. But in that process, the wild dogs comes in danger. More than luck enough, seen packs like these develop. Sometimes, if they will succeed breeding, you get up about 18 animal, 20, 30 sometimes in a pack. But that's very rare, but it does that. In that case, it happened, they split in groups, but they're still related in the area because they need to now maintain hunting also. Remember, they're not strictly territorial, but it still count that when they're taking over the area, they have to maintain it. So we're still going to be here for a little while.
About the wild dogs. And back to us here, we're still spending time with the two lionesses. they're pretty relaxed. Seems not to be in a rush to go anywhere. You know, the wind is blowing, and the raised grounds give them a better. One of them is just like changing position a bit. That's nice. She's back to the same previous position she was seated earlier on, and lionesses tends to really preserve energy. They don't use energy when it's unnecessarily. So these lionesses seems to be happily here, staying here, preserve energy, and probably until maybe when the sun is too intense, that will be probably the thing that will push them to go look for shade somewhere and probably stay there for the rest of the day. No prey within sight. I'm looking around. The area is completely empty. No any potential prey that will right in this pride. Not long ago, there are 4 males that came from the Great Mara. They call them the Bilashaka males, and stayed here for a couple of months, maybe 1.5 months or 2. Then they eventually crossed back to the other side of the Mara. So the most interesting thing that we really be keeping an eye on with these 2 female lionesses is to see how they're gonna progress, and we hope they're gonna have a successful litter and probably build this prize to be in the near future. You know, with lions, numbers is always very important, and the higher the number in a pride, the better opportunities to conquer and expand their territory, and also that gives them an upper hand when it comes to catching or bringing down a bigger prey, like buffaloes, hippos, and giraffes. These animals are so powerful, and obviously for these 2 sisters here, they're not much to buffalo or a hippo or a giraffe. So the main prey item will probably be trying to catch a medium-sized animals, a zebra, a wildebeest, a topi, and that's what comes. That's what tends to come on their menu quite often. From us here, not much is happening with the lionesses, so I think we're just gonna be driving slowly, look for other stuff, and first wish them a easy time and a happy afternoon and thereafter.
Well, we've came to Gowrie Dam, and we've got the most magnificent water bug right in front of us. The dominant male around here, I think. This is his territory. Hello, handsome. Where's all your lady friends? I'm not sure you have any, do you? This male water buck arrived, well, a few months ago, and he really has set up his territory around Gowrie Dam. He's a big bull. Again, like most antelopes, you can sort of gauge the age by the size of the horns, or at least with water buck, the length of the horns. You see, he's just slowly walking along the dam wall. And the reason we left Kalamba, it wasn't the best views, of course, and have came to this area, is that there's reports of impalas snorting like crazy. We think the other leopard that was sawing on the dam cam is in the area. But unfortunately, we haven't been lucky enough to come across an impala yet or hear anything yet. So I'm going to keep scratching around the area. But we just wanted to admire this gorgeous bull. He's absolutely stunning. Many of you are commenting, and yes, he is. But once bulls set up their territory in water bucks, they actually advertise their status. Status being the sort of dominant male in the area. They will stand in a really obvious position. They'll make themselves sort of very visible and they'll hold their heads high. And this is a position saying, I am the dominant male in this region. This is my territory. And I've seen male water bucks stand their ground against an entire two dogs back. So they really are magnificent and they will stand their ground if they can. Bulls can weigh up to 70 kilograms.
Well, I got to the river, and what I'm doing now is just to sit patiently here and watch if there'll be any animals that will come. And I'm sure you all know the Mara River, one of the longest rivers we have in this ecosystem, which flows southwards towards the Serengeti National Park in Tanzania. Now, it has so many crossings. I think the areas we operate from to watch for these herds crossing, we have about 10 main crossings. Now, this one is one of the main ones, and it's at this particular one where we are always very lucky. Every 3 days, on a good day, we'll always see some sort of crossing. Currently, no herds, but the herds we have are those of two toppies that are looking towards the direction of the water from a distance. Folks, that's a very good question, and you're asking whether any farming has been done by the river. I'll tell you a big no, which is very good for us as conservationists or as guides out here, because you'd imagine if farming would be done, number one, erosion, number two, we might unfortunately end up with pesticides or some sort of chemicals, in the river, which of course would be detrimental to all the animal life here. But upstream, way out the conservation areas, I believe farming is done, but the farming is very controlled. And the government will tell the farmers only to get the water from the river, and they have a buffer zone of about, say, 5 kilometers, just to make sure that the water life is not affected. When you look at the animals living in the water here, like the hippopotamus, you see the amount of grass on the side there. Not that it's bare, but they do the best they can not to eat that grass, because they know that that vegetation holds the water. So when hippos leave the water for feeding, they walk a long, long way to go and graze, and they do not touch any grass, as you can see there on your screen. Then behind the two toppies, there was some impalas somewhere. As much as impalas will not cross the river, but they'll just come and maybe graze very close to the water and maybe have a drink, later on moving away. I do not know whether impalas have been documented, like zebras or wildebeest crossing the Mara River. I would say, one, they're too small, and they'll have no good reason to cross the river. But in the meantime, I'll have them entertaining me as I wait for the bigger animals to come here.
Beautiful. we still got these dogs. They haven't moved since we around, but you can only see the parents. Looks like one of her parents there, looking around, looking up, the head up. Again, the head is down. So we were talking about the endangered they are, and of course they are endangered animal, and it's been very difficult to control them due to the way they do. So they hunt. First things, one of the serious measures that they, diseases affect their young one sometimes. That it comes from if their parents has had a sicknesses, and the way they are feeding their cubs, due to that they have to regurgitate the meat to their cubs. If found any disease that the parents have affect the young ones so small. John want to know if they hide their puppies when they go hunt. So if the puppies are still in den, of course they leave them in den, but it's got to be a guard, 2 or 1 that stay in the den for safety, and the rest they go around hunt. Again, when they come back, feed, come back to them, and they give them milk every time they go. They have to leave one behind, the adult that will be taking care of the rest of the young one there. But now in a stage where they out of the den, it's the same thing. If they would leave the cubs or these pups alone, it's not safe. So they have to either left these puppies behind with one of the female or a couple of them as they go hunt. But they're more likely to involve their puppies every time they do a lot of movement, because in this stage, especially this age, they need to learn and copy from their mother how do they operate. And also for survival, it's so important. So they're copying it from here. So they will be carrying it on with them the rest of their lives. But, these hunting situations, it's also one of the serious dangers they come across. When they hunt, they become vulnerable when they're in chase of animal, because they don't have a choice to look for a safety, especially when they chase in tall grass or they forage through grasses. Many of the time they bump on pride of line, they're finally surrounded. And so that they get killed many of times when they're in that situation. So, but we're so glad that we still have dogs running around here. Just wait a bit.
The Pungwe pack are really spoiling us. I think this is the sort of most sightings I've ever had with one pack of wild dogs, and of course the puppies are just adorable. Now we have a mother and calf here. I'm a little bit surprised. I was just telling Theo, I don't know where the rest of the herd is. I really don't see a lone mother and calf walking completely on their own. But of course, elephants can separate in their herd, and they can constantly remain in communication with each other, sorry. So maybe there's other elephants in the drainage that I just can't see yet. But this is my first elephant since coming back from leave. And when I was in SWALU, you really notice the absence of elephants. You get so used to seeing them around. Yes, they're always knocking over trees, as Andrew witnessed yesterday, and causing what looks like destruction, but it's their ecological role. They're the architects out here, engineers of the entire environment, restructuring it, reshaping it. It's really important that elephants do actually knock over trees. Although to us, human perception, it does seem very, very destructive. Now, there's lots of different reasons for the sort of ecological role of pushing over trees. I'll come to them in just a moment. Sorry, Kirst, you'll have to go with that one more time. Our comms are not great. Saver, yes, I have actually seen a leucistic elephant here on Juma, a youngster. And leucistic is the opposite of melanistic. So when you have a melanistic animal, there's too much melanin. And when you have a leucistic animal, there's not enough melanin. It's completely different from being an albino animal. I used to have an albino Californian buck rabbit, and I have seen a leucistic elephant. They're very obvious, patchy skin, lots of pink skin with no pigment, and normally you can tell by the eyes. The iris is also lacking pigment. So yes, I have. And of course, it will impact their day-to-day life because skin without pigment will be affected out here, especially in the hot African sun. But there's a leucistic calf that does frequent Juma. So going back to elephants being keystone species by sort of being bioengineers, if you like, by pushing over trees, what's happening is you are providing browse that's normally far too high for some browsers to reach and bringing them down to ground level. And therefore smaller herbivores can get access to that to broaden their diet. And again, by pushing over a tree, you're creating a sort of micro-habitat, if you like, a new habitat, an area that smaller creatures can use to hiding or to breed the survival of all sorts of smaller creatures, from rodents to reptiles to small mammals, especially once summer comes. Once the grass grows, that entire fallen over tree will flourish into a new habitat. And also nutrients. It recycles the nutrients that are sort of in the tree, at the top of the tree. It will recycle them back into the soil in that wonderful circle of life. And fruit. If there's any fruit in the tree, it's going to knock it over onto the ground and again make that fruit accessible for all the smaller animals that would never get access any other way. So it's really, really important. There's a lot of positive benefits to elephants knocking over trees. Now, you don't want them to knock over all the trees in the area. That probably would not have any positive benefits. But knocking over some, that's exactly why elephants are classified as bioengineers. Termites are also classified as bioengineers. Very, very important. They say that an ecosystem cannot be separated from termites. And termites cannot be separated from the ecosystem. They are one, after all. Not quite the same for elephants, but they definitely do engineer the entire landscape. Now, I can't see. I'm very surprised that this pair is on their own. The rest of the herd is either much further up ahead, and we've missed them, or they're still down in the drainage. Let me have a look along the drainage and see if we can find them. Okay, we are going to try and see if we can find any other members of this elephant's herd.
Because this is a whole bunch of the young one. One stand up, probably changing position. I hope this is not going to cause the whole of her running around here like they were doing, before, the time we started. See how it's going to the rest, see what it's going to do there. Probably hungry taking place, but their belly full. Just going around, maybe starting trouble, this little one. It causes more of them behind that wood. Just gonna go lie down. was so that little skull they got, and it was eating everything. There was no skin in it, but they were still playing around with it. So this little one walked across to the other one there. I think it was just lying close to the rest of them there, and then it picks it up. It's probably gonna play with it right now. One stood up, as you can see, movement. As is always to watch animals on their movement. Look at this. Pick it up again, take from the friend. Say, this is mine, you just arrive here and just claim it's yours, but it's not. Now you gotta get it back. Ponds want to see, you want to know whether the dogs hunt with the sight or sound, visual. So many of the time, carnivorous species, they have very good sense of smell, of course, indeed, they do. They use these. Dogs, the same things, they do that. If these animals, you know how they do when they chase animal, finally they lost that animals. Very good in going back to the very same spot where they lost chase. And then they would smell from there, keep on until they got it again. So sense of smell is so important on them. Sight, it's also involved. Because remember, smelling from where the prey have been, it also brings a lot of attention to them that they need to deduct how old the scent, how old that animal was there. So they won't hunt, for example, thing that walked there yesterday. They will hunt thing that was there recently. But doing that, it's so important that they need to also know where this scent lead into. They don't follow backwards, always follow where the animal, direction of the animal had moved into. This is what the most hunters do, including lions, leopard. They will also do the same. But, you know, sense of smell, our eyesight, hearing, this is the key for them to be able to succeed in hunting. But, you know, dogs, all of the carnivore species, some of them scavenge less, some of them, depending on which packs, or we talk about these dogs, or we talk individual animals in the area. I've seen two cheetahs that they walked past by where there was a dead kudu. And then it was hot in the day, they come and drink in one of the water holes. They happened, the kudu was lying down there, was eating half of it. But these two cheetahs, they weren't sure what's going on. And they were so afraid to arrive and drink in that water hole. So they have to circle around. But keeping an eye on that position of that kill, chance of anything will approach from there. So they drink from the far distance and they move off. But then when they move off, they were running away. So they thought maybe could be one of the big cats more than them. And that could be maybe of lions or leopard. But these, they have a lot of advantage of stealing from the others, especially from leopard. If it's a chance they can compete with hyena, if it's a big number, for that they were able to work together, and that's how they can scavenge a little bit, but not like a hyena do, or lions and a leopard. But they are carnivores, which means for them, dogs prefer a lot of a fresh kill because then they're a successful hunter. A day it happens, if there's a lot of prey species that make 3 different skill or 2 different skill, depend what kill, how big it is. If it's not big enough that won't sustain enough young one, again, they will need to go hunt. But that is going to be also very good condition in a day, cloudy probably. So that's good of them.
Yeah, if the wild dogs choose to sleep, I'll not be surprised if they stay in the same spot for the better part of the day. Now, the 2 toppies that we saw earlier came so close to the water, tasted the water, not actually drinking, and then made a U-turn. Remember I said I have never seen impalas crossing the river, but toppies have, as the usual other bigger animals like the zebras and the wildebeest would. Now, in the Masai Mara, we have a number of rivers. Chris, how many crossings happen in a day? It could be 0 to 5, Chris, 0 to 5. Like yesterday, we saw 2 crossings. I mean, when we were able to air 1, and a friend of mine told me saw a different crossing, not very far from where I am. So we documented 2 crossings. Now, we are about 11 o'clock East African time, and we haven't seen a single crossing. So maybe this could be the 0 day, but don't be surprised, Chris, if we see 2 or 3 crossings, but maybe from our different crossing points. I was talking of the MAASAI Mara having a number of rivers, and the main one is the one we have here, the Mara River. There's another one called the Talek River, but this one here is the artery of the MAASAI Mara.
Rising on the western edges of the Great Rift Valley and flowing into Lake Victoria, some 370 kilometers away, the Mara River is a rich vein of life flowing through one of the most iconic wildernesses. Fed by African thunderstorms, the rapids and pools are home to countless creatures of all kinds. All these animals find sustenance in and around these waters. For the wildebeest, zebra, and gazelle of the Great Migration, the Mara River is the quencher of thirst and a fatal test. The herds cross the torrent for better grazing, but beneath the muddy surface lurk some of the world's biggest crocodiles. They have been waiting for the migration to arrive. The river is a paradox of peril and promise.
Very many years in the MAASAI Mara, I have only seen this river dry once. And the animals you're seeing there, the hippopotamus, they suffered a great deal because we thought we lost between 10 to 30% of the hippos when this river dried up. Now, the watershed for this river is upstream in an area in a forest called the Mau Complex, and that area did not have rain for about almost 1 year, and we had a big drought in East Africa. And hippos definitely without water, they're gone. So we ended up the river at certain corners or the deepest parts of the rivers. We had the hippos crowding together, and of course as the numbers or as the water levels reduced, it meant these animals would suffer, and especially during the day. And that's how we ended up losing so many hippos. Animals like the toppies there or the impalas would look for any water that would collect anywhere else in the park, and they would drink. But for hippos, they need it not only for drinking, but of course, being semi-aquatic, It's a very important habitat for the hippos. I'll continue sitting here. Hopefully those two toppies will make a U-turn and go back towards the river.
Beautiful cloud forming up, maybe as a result of rain. And here it's pretty warm and open sky. There were dogs, one still running around, moving in and out of that position of that, skull that they have. You can see there's one's tail flipping every now and then. They're probably, trying to crunch on that skull. Well, they don't have much to do right now. And all they can do is just play. When they sleep, they sleep. When they play, just like kids do. But they have a lot of things to do, Since they cannot hunt, they can at least do something else. When they do that, bite on the wood. And that's how they practice their teeth and exercise them. There's a two-member coming back. I don't know where they just come from. Look at the adult. Oh. So we were sitting here, we didn't know it was some member that they were not around here. And they just arrived back in the scene. This is what happens. Probably what I seen a lot of the young one, and there was a few of the big one back there, and the rest they went hunting. What you can see now is we're talking about this. Going out to the other two. Take a moment and just listen to this song. So it looks like it wasn't much that the parents have brought down here, so they're just going to go down again. Relaxed. See, wait a little bit longer.
We are sitting here with a gorgeous jumping spider, I think. Now, where have you gone? Can you still see it, Theo? Oh no! Hold on, just give us a minute. It's displaying the most incredible behavior. Oh, Kirst is saying you can see it. Yes. Okay, right here. Stunning camouflage spider. Wow, it's incredibly camouflaged. There you go, it's moving. You can see it's moving its front legs. Tiny. I'm sure it's a jumping spider. There's many different species of jumping spiders, so. And all spiders, I know they're not everyone's favorite. Trust me, I took a while to fall in love with them as well, and I'm still working on it. But all spiders are essentially venomous. Just not necessarily all of them are venomous to us. Some of them may bite, and the venom just won't affect us. Some of them don't have the appendages to inject, sorry, not necessarily bite, but inject. Now, the sort of most venomous spiders that we do get out here will include the brown button spider, the black button spider, the baboon spider, the six-eyed crab spider. I know, how does that sound? We've only got a side view of this one, let me see. You know, when I look at the tree, when I turn to look, I can barely even see this spider. That's how camouflage it really is. We stopped to admire a commelina that's blooming. I can't show you now because of the position of the car. But yes, This spider is super camouflaged, and it won't get much bigger than this. Jumping spiders generally don't. And people do get a little bit confused sometimes with the sort of terminology when it comes to venomous and poisonous. And it's very, very different in the delivery method. So when you're using these two terms, it's all in the method of delivery. And poison is absorbed or ingested. So a poison animal can really only deliver the toxic chemicals that it has inside if another animal either touches it through absorption or ingests it. Is it still there, Cursed? Oh, I can't see it anymore. And just to wrap on that thought, the venom is injected. That's why spiders are classified as venomous, because they need to inject their poison through appendages. If you touch it, or even if you possibly eat it, it's not going to have the same effect. It needs to be injected into the bloodstream. And many different organisms are like this. It can either be a stab with a tail, a slash with a spine, pierce with fangs, even harpoons, like conch shells in the underwater world. So there's different methods of doing it, but it needs to be injected into the bloodstream. Ah, I'm getting excited. It's time for the small critters soon.
Beautiful spiders. It's the time of the year where they come out, and it's season. We'll see a lot of spiders hanging around here. So got a, looks like a juvenile butterfly that arrived in the scene here since this dog had a kill this morning. And this bird of prey, they're also very good on hunting this. They use sense of smell. When there's an open sky, they have a lot of chance to pick up the thermos, and this is how they hunt. Earlier on was Tawny eagle also in one of their tree. Look what remained there. It's gonna be taken. So nothing goes to waste, looks like it, in the bush. If it doesn't get eaten by big predators, then vultures will return in it. Butterfly also is their duty. Hyena, they're one of those scavengers. So, going back to the scavenger, everybody can steal from one another, of course. It depends where you're stealing from. If you're gonna steal from the same species, leopard to a leopard, depend on the power. It has to be small or bigger leopard going to steal to a small one. Let's see what this bird do there. Spend time a little bit.
So we just had a ostrich that's moved in behind that tree. So if we give it some time, we might see it moving out again. It looks like it's a female because of the brown color. You'll notice there's a bit of white on the tail. Let's just see. There we go. Now earlier on it was moving past oh, there's another one. Oh, there might be a few here. Let's just have a look. Now earlier on it was moving past two lapwings, and I'm sure there were some eggs around because those lapwings were dive bombing those ostriches and just like flying towards the ostrich and just last minute pulling away. And the ostrich having to lower that long neck. Emma, age 6, most, like from my knowledge, that birds don't really have teeth. If they do have anything, it might even be small ridges, but they won't have the teeth like you and I would have. And especially also not with ostriches. Ostriches have quite a flat beak, but really hard. What I'm going to try and do is let's carry on with this road and possibly see if there's another chance of seeing those ostriches. But just to get back, so unfortunately, oh, there we go.
With ostriches, they don't have teeth, but you just never know. Maybe there could be something that would surprise me. I just don't know all the birds in the world, but I do know that most of them, if they have anything, might be little ridges, but not the teeth as you and I would know them. Now, I saw those ostriches going in here, but there's a good chance that we might find some more. Now, we are moving into quite open areas, so we've given it a go for some lions. We didn't see any lions this morning. Went for some wild dogs, no tracks. But now we're going into more open areas, so cheetah, something like an ostrich. Now, if these ostriches have carried on in the direction that they are, we might not be able to follow them because it is quite dense and we can't see them if they are too far away from where the road would be. But open clearings, good chance, or not a good chance, but a chance for cheetah within open areas. Renette, with ostriches, it all depends. I mean, lions could go for them, leopard, especially the youngsters are quite prone to things like jackal, caracals, wildcats. But the bigger ones, often in open areas, cheetah. I've seen 2 male cheetah before chasing an ostrich and eventually onto a rocky section where the ostrich stumbled and fell, and then the cheetah grabbed it immediately and killed it from there and started feeding off of it. But it depends on the area and also the size of the ostrich. But a fully grown ostrich, possibly something like lions, wild dogs, cheetah, leopard. But leopard, probably because it's not in, like you won't really find an open area, I'd say the last 3 before that.
I reckon a leopard would love to eat a little ostrich chick, though. I think that could cause quite a bit of entertainment, maybe if it was a young leopard. But here is the main food source of leopards in the Sabi sand. Here at Pridelands, the leopards kind of eat whatever they can catch. I suppose any predator will just eat whatever they can catch. But they're very, very nervous, very jumpy. We've already had one herd of impala sprint away, and I was so sure that there was a wild dog following them. That was not the case, though. I was very disappointed. But who knows? It could still happen. But it might be that just the wind has picked up a little bit, like I was saying. That as they've come down to the dam, you can see the dam wall directly behind them. They really are cornered when they come and drink here. I'd maybe choose to come and drink a bit more out in the open. But then, of course, you've got all that horrible dried mud to navigate, and if you're maybe trying to outrun a predator, which impala are normally quite good at doing, they're very athletic, might be a bit tricky. Could end up with a broken leg. But you can see the ewes, the females, all starting to get quite fat. Oh, there's one impala, female, sort of towards the back of the line of them drinking. It has some black marks around her neck. I wonder what happened. Let's see if she lifts it up again. And sort of behind, there we go. Can you see her there? That was interesting. Just on the left-hand side of her neck, I don't know if some of you saw it, she had some sort of black dots. I don't know if it is maybe just water that has wet her hair, or if some ticks or something have been hanging around there and have just caused a bit of hair loss. It looked quite suspicious. Or maybe she escaped the jaws of the leopard. Who knows? But she's got an interesting story to tell. We can just make it up because we'll never have any idea as to what actually happened to her. Do you see them? Running away and then running back. Ah, those are heavy hooves. I wondered who was coming on down. I thought someone was playing the drums, but it's the zebra, who don't seem to worry about sneaking anywhere, are also on their way down for a bit of a drink.
Thank you very much. We are watching a very interesting sighting here. There's a lioness, and you look to the left of the lioness, there is a family of warthogs. And the lioness is so close, but just a very few meters. So she's running. Oh, she missed it. Oh, there's a second lioness coming. These 2 lionesses are members think the warthogs have gone and the lionesses are given up the chase. Lions are mostly active in the morning hours and late in the afternoons when temperatures are a little bit low. But they will never hesitate to seize an opportunity like that when the prey is really carelessly walks close to them. So they gave it a go, but unfortunately, it wasn't successful. So it was a very short run. They don't really want to invest a lot of energy running and chasing a prey during this time of the day. And one female is slowly walking back towards the left where the other one is just watching her come close to a tree. Probably they're going to have a rest under that particular tree. That was quite interesting. It is live and dead here. The lions obviously need something to eat in order to keep themselves going. On the other hand, the warthogs also do have the right to run from the lions and keep the to the left, there's a lone male elephant aggressively walking across the grassland. Elephants is an iconic species here in the African plains. And so this is quite so special. We're having an elephant, we're having lionesses that attempted to the chase is over and the lionesses are back staying together. Probably we're gonna have to try it next time.
Now, I haven't really touched much on spring. And look what we have. We have a flowering baboon's tail. It's also known as a black stick lily. And if you look at the actual flower, it's very lily-like if you were to identify it. But the actual sort of plant, you can see the hairy-looking thing that almost looks like Bigfoot's foot from here. That's why it gets the name baboon's tail. Apparently it looks like, well, a baboon's tail, I guess. Not entirely sure I agree with it, but it's sort of got those dark fibrous stems, and that's where the name stems from. And the flowers are actually very sweetly scented. Sadly, I can't send the smell to you all. I would love to. And they normally flower at the start of summer. So are we really moving through our seasons now? The temperature is incredible right now. I don't know what it is, but it's really, really hot. So we're firmly in spring and summer is really on its way. And medicinally, the baboon's tail in general is known to sort of cure the likes of asthma and even be used as a charm. So apparently if you keep the baboon's tail in your house or even keep part of it on you, it can be used as a charm against being struck by lightning. Because, well, no one really wants to be struck by lightning, do you? And this is a plant that can be used as a charm in sort of medicinal and traditional medicine to prevent that. And yes, I'm over the moon. I found a commelina earlier, and now we've got a baboon's tail flowering. It is so exciting. Just when you drive around, I'm starting to see more butterflies, more dragonflies, more flowers. The grass is starting to shoot in water and the change in temperature that we have had already. Now, summer will bring challenging times. The start of summer, the sort of two convection cells in the air will clash and it will bring about a lot of thunderstorms, especially in the low veld. And that really is the onset of summer when we get water. So who knows what sort of summer we're in store for, but I just think looking at these flowers is just so exciting. There you go. You see that there, Theo? That's what they call the baboon's tail. It looks rather bizarre, to be honest. But I'm very happy to now see some flowers. Flower power.
beautiful plants are all lovely. And interesting thing that some of these plants are named after one of the animals, and due to the fact that they all look like similar color of the coat of the animal, and all baboons love them, one of those. Back to these dogs, you know, now see how this young one, back in the shed, but they're trying to dig, and just to get a little cooler. Dog do that when there's not much, when it's too much hot, they dig such a holes, you know, for them to able to find a very cooler soil. Eventually, these dogs also doing the same, especially this young one. And the other one's still playing with its skull. Haven't given up yet. Still getting their teeth exercised. And making sure that when they grow bigger, their teeth are stronger. You must see these guys when they eat. They don't care. Yeah? Just like hyena also, when they compete like that. And it makes them is no turned. They don't give each other a chance. And a lot of times some of them get up injured after the meat, you know, some bleeding from their own flesh. Because of during that feeding, there was no time to feel any pain. Everybody was hungry and taste delicious of blood and the whole flesh they're getting from that animal. I just saw, I was talking about the one that was actually, the teeth was always open, reminding me of, nobody know what happened. I don't know, if you know, then it's fine, but, it happens sometimes when they feed, it could happen. Get a hold of somebody's lip, tear it off, swallow it up. Cleo, what purpose of the white tail? So all animals, they have a follow me sign or follow me mechanism. This is for them to be able to see one another. These dogs, I know they're a day hunter, but if they've been seen moving through at night during the moon, but for them to help find one another, they have to look for a specific movement on themselves, especially when those left behind. They're easily to lose, visual of those on front. But for them to be able to, find one another, and the tail has to flip as wide as they can, able to view one another as they move through. We've seen also a lot of, even leopards have tip white-ended tail. That's for them able to follow one another. These remain in groups, so it's so important having those, because then they need to remain in a group. This is what it forms packs of a dog together, is it? Dogs. Clear, that was a very good question, because of course all animals, including antelopes, species, they also have follow me mechanism.
Jumbo, and here I've got a very beautiful elephant female. She just came out of the trees and out into the open. I think she wants the much wanted and deserved sun after being out in the bush for very long. Remember, elephants are browsers and grazers, so she could have wanted to feed on shrubs, and that's why she was in the bushes. And now she's coming out for the sun and maybe a little bit of grass. The elephant we find here, it's the only one, the African elephant, and that is definitely a female. We sometimes look at the curve at the back. It's very deep, and also the forehead is very, very angular. It looks like she's not very happy, and she's walking very, very fast. I don't know for what reason. Maybe she's making sure there is nothing along the grass. Maybe there's some young ones still to come from behind, so she's being careful, making sure that the path is clear. Yeah, remember, you know, this is live. It's coming from the Masai Mara, and you can talk to us on hashtag CGTN Wild, hashtag Wild Earth. Yeah, we have a little bit, few more, a little bit more of them, you know, coming out of the bush there. You can tell there is a very big female. She's quite old. When I say old, she could be in her late 40s. Look at her, you know, forehead. It's sunken in. Sometimes it's a good way of telling, you know, how old they are. She's got beautiful, beautiful tusks. Yeah, and the forest they just came in is a mixture of different type of trees. The Oleo africana, the African olive. It produces olives, but they are not edible to us. They are much smaller than the olives we normally buy from the supermarket. But birds like toracos, barbets love them. They come in both green and black colors, just like our, you know, olives. It is a hardwood full of notes, so you cannot make furniture from it, but burns really, really well. In the villages, they use it when they find it to, you know, cook, and the coals are very hot and they burn for very, very, very long. And the other one is croton, dachogamus, or orange-leaved croton. It's another one that is found inside here. Yeah, there are very, very many trees that they can utilize. Yeah, so they have no shortage of trees around here. This female is feeding on grass. I'm going to try and drive and find a different angle.
Welcome back to this area of these dogs. And now what you've seen there looks like now is a different eagle. Looks like a tawny eagle that arrived in a scene. Again, see how it looks like. Beautiful, big. I know, looking through these bushes, you know, it's so that the position is not actually allowing us very much. So we have to zoom through. And again, these two species of bird we've seen, Bartley, we've seen tawny eagle.
Very good. Talking about birds with Andrew, I got my own bird here by the banks of the Mara River, and this is the little bee-eater. Just took off, but chances are they might come back to the same little branch. And why we see them along the rivers is because they make nests on the river banks. The little bee-eaters, you always see them in twos. Unlike all the other bee-eaters that you'll see flocking or moving in big groups, little bee-eaters, you only see them as twos. The other species always are gregarious. Still remaining here by the Mara River, still enjoying the rapids of this river. And I've found out, you know, the time I've been here, the water levels have been slowly rising because there are certain rocks I watched when I got here, maybe about an hour ago, and I've seen them disappearing under the water, an indication that the water levels are rising. That could mean we had some rains last night or early this morning upstream. That's the place I've always thought when I am free, I'll always come and put a small little tent there and just enjoy a cup of coffee as I listen to the rapids. Hippo there popping up her head out of the water, maybe two. get some oxygen, and then back in the water. That's semi-covered, and maybe heading towards the bank to warm up. And it has been another beautiful morning with all the exciting predators we have of Africa: wild dogs, hyenas, leopards, lions, a great safari. We are truly thankful to CGTN for this digital safari this particular morning. And for all your questions and comments, very many thanks. See you tomorrow, same time, same place. To all of you, stay safe and goodbye.